those that are watching via the live stream. Time is 10 o'clock and the inquiry is now formally open. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Could I have a canary in the mic, please, at the back? So if anyone that can't hear, they can wave, please. But I'm sure you, with the microphone, everything will be fine. Can everyone ensure that their phones are off, or at least on silent? My name is Louise Nurser. I'm a chartered town planner, and I'm the planning inspector who's been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. Before I go into my formal opening, I'd just like to clarify why we've got this rather strange layout in the room. For those of you who've been to public inquiries previously will know that normally the inspector sits in the middle, and she can obviously see everyone in the room equally. Unfortunately, because it's being live streamed, it doesn't actually work, so I have to be away from the camera, otherwise my back would be to the camera. And however, tomorrow I'm reliably informed that the room will be swapped over, so I will be back in the normal position for an inspector. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that because it is a bit odd. Okay. The inquiry is into an appeal made by Senescure Limited under the provisions of Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act against the decision of Shropshire Council to refuse an application in outline with all matters reserved other than access for a development which was originally described as continuing care community use class 2C2, comprising up to 182 units of extra care and close care accommodation with graduated care provision in the form of lodges and apartments, a 75-bed nursing home and dementia unit, an amenities building providing support and care facilities, treatment therapy rooms, fitness pool, gardens, nature trails, landscaping, car parking and supporting infrastructure on land off Elmsmere Road, Hencote, Shrewsbury, SY43AA. Since the refusal, the appellant has submitted a further outline application, which is yet to be decided by the council. This scheme has been amended to reduce the number of units from 182 to 164 units. The council stated in its original statement of case that it has no objection to the appeal being heard and determined on the basis of the amended scheme. It is my opinion that no one will be prejudiced by my determining the appeal on this basis. As such, the description of the appeal proposal has been amended to relate to 164 units. Do try and sit down. However, to ensure that all parties are aware of the change in description and reduction in numbers of the scheme before me, I directed that the council and the appellant write to all those who had previously made representations on the original scheme. This joint letter set out on December the 6th of last year clearly stated that the resubmitted application and the appeal are both one and the same. I have been given representations made both for the original and the amended scheme. In a moment, I will ask for the names of those who wish to speak. I shall deal with administrative matters and then I will say a few words about procedure. Firstly, some housekeeping matters. Could the local authority confirm if a fire alarm is planned and if so, when?
We are not aware of any such plans.
Thank you. Could you also confirm if there were a fire, how we were getting out?
You go this way, downstairs, please.
Okay, thank you.
There is an exit at that end. Just an automatic exit at the end, just by your room.
Okay, thank you. And could well, I know where the toilets are, so I'm not going to ask you to tell me. I know they're down there, so be aware. Okay. I would now like to take the names of those who wish to speak. Mr. Tucker, could you introduce yourself and Ms. Hall to the inquiry and give the name and address of instructing solicitors, please?
I can assist in relation to some of that. My name is Paul Tucker, King's Counsel.
I, together with my learned friend Ms Hall, who sits 2 away from me, are counsel appointed by the appellants to represent them at this inquiry. I'm formally instructed by Mrs Lizzie Marjoram of Bird, Wilford and Sales Solicitors, whose address I hadn't put on the list of appearances that I've placed on your desk, madam, but I'll make sure that's to hand in due course. We have a number of witnesses whose proofs of evidence I hope you've seen, and also those whose reports have been provided. So in relation to ecology, Mr Tom Wigglesworth; in relation to landscape, Ruth Bishop; in relation to transport, James Rand; in relation to matters of architecture, Andrew Smith; in relation to need for older people generally, James Donor; in relation to care home and supply, Nigel Newton-Taylor; and in relation to planning, Mr Richard Shaw, who sits to my immediate right. And madam, I know that you will have seen the list of appearances I placed on your desk earlier on to save your time. Thank you very much. Can we just mention, I don't know if it matters, it certainly doesn't matter from our perspective, but it may matter for somebody looking on screen. I don't think you're even visible on screen at the moment. I don't know if that's a problem. I think your hand comes across from time to time.
Yes, I suppose yes. Well, that was short of me facing. I don't see how we can resolve the issue. So for those of you who are watching this live stream, I do apologise, but when we're here tomorrow, you can see me.
I just thought it was worth mentioning to say you are actually in the room and to the right hand side of the camera.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tucker, for pointing that out. Mr. Richards?
Yes, good morning, madam. My name is Hugh Richards, H-U-G-H. I am counsel, the barrister instructed on behalf of the council. I'm instructed by Legal Services at Shropshire Council. And my team, to my immediate left is Mr Kelvin Hall, who deals with planning matters. Next comes Mr Daniel Corden, who deals with planning policy and need. Then is Mrs Kim Brown from the legal department. And finally, on the end, yes, she's there, Mrs Laura Tyler, who deals with adult social care matters.
Thanks very much. Now I'd just like to ask, is there anyone else who would want to address the inquiry at all?
Yes, I'd like to speak. My name is Benedict Jeffett from Port Amos Drive in Hencote. I'm a member of the public and I object to the application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeffett. I've seen your representation. Okay, thank you. Got that. Do you have any complications that you'd like to record or anything? Or... That's fine. Okay. My next question is: are you going to be happy if you were to be asked questions on your statement?
I'm happy to answer questions if asked. Yes, I'd like to ask questions. I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, you can't ask questions unless you're willing to answer questions. So that's answer my question. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Would you like to speak straight after the openings?
Well, one of the reasons I'm here is because I'm concerned about the fact that the agenda was not publicised in advance, as the council is obliged to do. It was only
Sorry, Mr. Jack,
on Monday morning, and the agenda has now changed, and residents need the opportunity to digest the change that they do with it.
The agenda is at my discretion, and I can change it as and when I want.
I understand that.
But in terms of, I'm just asking you the questions, so the inquiry will go very smoothly if we work sort of together, so that I get the best information I can. So when I make my decision, I'm in the best position. So if you just let me control the matters, that'd be wonderful. But if you are willing to ask statements, then you can obviously ask questions of the witnesses as we go on, which will obviously help me as well as you. Okay, thank you. You should be aware that I'll put your name in the decision letter if you wish to speak. Obviously you're happy with that. Thank you. I'd like to emphasise that I've read all the responses, so there's no need necessarily to repeat what you've said previously, but I have read them all. So please be confident in that. Obviously, you're aware that the event is being live streamed. But does anyone intend to film or record the event separately? No, thank you. I have received a copy of the council's letter of notification of the appeal, confirmation of the date and time and location of the inquiry, and a list of whom the notification was sent, and evidence that a site and press notice has been posted. I've received representations, as I previously said, to both the original application, the appeal, and indeed I asked for copies of the amended responses to the amended application. I will take these responses into account in putting together my decision. I held a case management conference call on November the 10th, 2022, with both the council and the appellant. This is a purely procedural call where I was able to discuss likely main issues, plans that were the subject of the appeal, timetabling, and the submission of documents. Just like to reiterate, the merits of the case were not discussed. I've received proofs of evidence from the appellant and the council. I have read all these proofs, so I'd expect them to be taken largely as read. However, in order to help my... So somebody's phoning me, so I'm going to tell you. However, in order to help my note-taking, it would be very helpful if witnesses would refer me to the relevant part of their proof or appendices. I'm aware that the council has made hard copies of all documents relating to the appeal, which are available on the table outside. There's also a website which is posted on the council's website, which again sets out all the appeal documents. So for those who are watching via the live stream, they should have access to those as well, so no one's being prejudiced. In addition, it'd be useful, but it's not necessary, but it would be very useful if Mr. Jeffcott, if you have a copy of your statement, if you could hand it in to Ms. Kilgannon, who'd then be able to circulate it to both myself and to both barristers. The appeal is in outline with all matters reserved access. As I understand, the plans on which my decision will be based are those referenced within the agreed statement of ground, namely drawing number RL001 Rev H, drawing number PP01 Rev F, and PP02 Rev 1 building heights parameters plan. Moving on then to procedural matters and the conduct of the inquiry, I shall follow the procedure in the 2000 inquiry procedure rules, i.e. the town and country planning appeals terminated by inspectors inquiry procedure. I'm assuming both barristers are familiar with the procedure. When I've concluded my opening remarks, I will invite the appellant and the council to clarify their position vis-a-vis the appeal, because as Mr. Jeffcott has intimated, things have moved on. Then I will ask the council to make and the appellant to make their openings. Then if any third parties need to leave early, Mr. Jeffcott, it would be appropriate for you to make your statement now, and then that would help me in the running. I'm aware the council no longer wishes to pursue its objection to the development. I will ask the council to set out why this is the case. I would like to reiterate that I'm aware that there has been considerable volume of representations made in response to the scheme. And as I said previously, I will provide opportunity to interested parties to make statements, and if they are willing to be questioned, to ask questions of witnesses. My proposed agenda is as circulated, which would be for today, for my introduction, the clarification of the main party's position, openings by the appellant and council, opportunity for a statement, and then I will ask questions on highways and ecology, and Mr. Jeffcott, if he wishes to ask any questions on that, he could of the other witnesses. And it may be that we could then move on to day 2, but it all just depends on timing. This inquiry was scheduled to run for 3 weeks, so time is on our side, I would like to say, that response. So I don't want anyone to feel as if no one's been given the opportunity to thrash out various issues. Okay. Following these sessions, I will then hear a discussion on conditions. I'd just like to reiterate this is a standard procedure and does not mean that I have made my mind up. I was provided with a revised draft of conditions yesterday. That again will be publicly available. I've been provided by the appellant with a draft unilateral undertaking, and I will consider this after the session on conditions. I'm not inviting any application for costs, but if anyone intends to make an application for an award of costs, this should be done before I close the inquiry, and it should be done here. In addition, I have the power to initiate an award of costs, whether or not any applications are being made by either party. And if I were to do this, this would be by a written process after the appeal decision is issued. I will then hear closing submissions from the council and the appellants. I would also appreciate closing submissions in writing, which I'm sure the council will give me. I just want to reiterate that. I've already viewed the site from public vantage points. I did that yesterday, so I am familiar with it and its surroundings. However, I will be making a site visit once I've heard all the evidence. I will need to be accompanied by the main parties on this visit. The parties have already provided me with an indicative route, which again should be on the website. However, this route may change depending on whether I consider that I should visit from other alternative viewpoints or additional viewpoints. If any third parties wish to attend the site visit, please let me know. But however, clearly some of it would be on private land. Therefore, I would ask whether the appellant has any objection. Mr. Tucker, it appears Mr. Jeffcott would like to attend.
I'm not entirely sure whether we should be using the microphones, given that we've got the online element, but from our perspective, no objection to third parties coming on site. Obviously, the site visit is not an opportunity for discussing the case, and so it could be a silent troop following you around, so that's not objectionable. In terms of numbers, providing that the numbers aren't significant in terms of third parties, then we've no objections to them coming on site.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tucker. I would ask that advocates remain seated during the proceedings, apart from during opening and closing submissions. I would ask that anyone who's going to speak could come to the witness table when called. We'll aim to break for lunch each day for around an hour, but I think I might suck that and see, as they say, because my understanding the only place to get food is Sainsbury's, and that's about a 5-minute walk away, isn't it?
There's a Sainsbury's local literally on the other side of the access road.
Right, okay, so we'll see. It may be, I think I may end up having breaks about an hour and a quarter, which I think will give people opportunity to A, get food, and B,
Follow me to Sainsbury's local today if you like.
I don't think that would be appropriate, Mr. Richard.
Not unless we all follow you, Mr. Richards.
We'll also break morning and afternoon for a short break. Following each adjournment, I would ask everyone to be in the room in good time and settled so that we can start each session promptly. I will keep the timetable under review and will now will announce at the end of each day the expected timetable for the following day, but it's likely to be quite, what's the word where it keeps moving a lot. So we'll keep that fluid, that's the word I'm looking for, yes. If you are intending to come the next day, I would strongly advise that you contact the council to check what is actually likely to be heard. Okay. I have received a signed and dated further statement of common ground between the council and the appellant. Copies should be available for all those attending. All documents and evidence should have already been provided. However, if you intend to submit any, please tell me now and set out why it has not been submitted previously. Have other main parties had the opportunity to consider it? And what value, if any, it adds to the determination of the appeal?
Can I mention a couple, Madam? The further statement of common ground which was submitted last week, I think it's already on the inquiry website. There's a yet further statement of common ground. I don't know if it's made its way to you, but I think it's with my little friend.
It's the statement of common ground on need issues that we were asked to, or very strongly encouraged to provide, and that has now been signed and is available. And you've got copies, I think. And we can make a copy available certainly to Mr. Jacobs and to any others. We've all got copies that we can you give one to Mr. Jacobs? Apart from copies of our submissions, those are the only documents I anticipate that we will need to add to the pile.
The only other document from our perspective is a letter that was sent through last week, which dated the 5th of January 2003 from Life Care Residences, which I think is already on the inquiry website. Which I don't know if a copy of that has been issued.
This was the copy, I think.
This is the letter from Mr. Harris.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this would be appendix 12 to Mr. Donner's proof of evidence, man. You recall that it's been innovated in error.
Many copies of. No, I confirm we've had sight of this for many days. Thank you. And I think we were asked by the PINS case officer if we objected to going in, and we said that we didn't.
It was an administrative error that was missed off Mr. Donner's rebuttal, so apologies for that.
It is important that by submitting late evidence, there are risks that other parties could apply for costs. Good point. I'm aware that since the appeal was submitted, the appellant has submitted a UU and the council considers it no longer wishes to dispute the appeal. Nonetheless, at the moment, I consider the main issues to be whether the appeal site represents an appropriate location for a continuing care community, with particular reference to the council's adopted and emerging development strategy, and the effect of the proposed development of the character and appearance of the immediate and wider area, and whether any development plan conflict and harm arising is outweighed by any other material considerations. Has anyone got any comments on this?
Not for our part, thank you.
No, none from us.
Thank you. The wording of the main issues is not hard and fast, and the exact wording set out in my decision letter may eventually change. There may also be other matters that you feel to be important. Providing they relate to planning merits of the case, there is no reason why they should not be raised. I am mindful, for instance, that local residents have concerns relating to a number of issues, including the but not limited to highway matters, effect on nature conservation interests and ecology, effect on infrastructure, effect on flood risk and drainage matters, and noise and disturbance from the proposed development. Has anyone any comments on this? Okay. I'd also just like to make clear that obviously a public inquiry isn't a public meeting, so there are subtle differences. So I expect everyone really to bear with us on that, in that its main purpose is really for me to hear the evidence so that I can then go off and make my decision. And that's based on the actual significance of the evidence. Okay, so again, I want to reiterate, although I do sound a bit like a someone on retreat, I will also want to hear from those who wish to speak, just because now people have said that only Mr. Jeffcott says he wants to speak. If anyone further along comes in and wishes to speak, those will also have that right. This now concludes my opening remarks. So now I would like to ask both the council, I think we'll start with the council to clarify their position.
Yes, thank you, Madam. And I can do so by reference to the further statement of common ground dated the 19th of January 2023. I shall explain more about the emergence of this position in my formal opening statement. But our position is and remains that set out in the further statement of common ground. That's to say, our evidence to the inquiry is that taking into account the benefits in the unilateral undertaking, that's to say, a contribution to affordable housing off-site. Whereas we previously judged that collectively the other material considerations did not outweigh the development plan objection, our evidence is now that the other material considerations collectively are now of sufficient weight to outweigh the development plan objection, and therefore an outcome of the appeal other than in accordance with the development plan. That is to say, our evidence is that the appeal should be allowed, subject to the conditions and obligations proposed.
Thank you. Mr. Taffy, do you have anything to add to that?
Couple of things, if I may. As with Mr. Richards' witness's evidence, our position was that the appeal should have been allowed in any event. But as set out in the opinion that was submitted last week by myself and Ms. Hall, it is open to an appellant to provide benefits arising from a scheme which, provided that they meet the requisite tests of the Newbury case, which is set out in that opinion, and also Regulation 122, the decision maker is entitled to take into account. And the decision was taken once the parallel application was not to be submitted to members in advance of this inquiry, that it was appropriate to stand by the obligation that was proposed in relation to that parallel application at this inquiry, which is why matters have progressed in the way they have. So our position was that the appeal should be allowed. Our position is that with that additional land use advantage which arises, the planning balance even more decisively weighs in favour of allowing the appeal, for reasons I'll set out in my opening submission in due course.
Thank you. Clearly, it's a question of development plan balance. So I will need to, I understand you're not intending to cross-examine each other's witnesses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yeah. However, I will still need to satisfy myself in terms of what the harms are and how. And then in terms of benefits, I obviously have to consider those as well before I come to any of my decisions as the decision maker.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And as you'll hear me say in opening, we shall facilitate that.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make it clear for those who are not, who don't do this every day, that it is my decision. I need to be satisfied on all counts.
Yes. It may help if I just read paragraph 9 of the further statement of common ground that I referred to earlier for the benefit of those who have not got it in front of them. It says this: it is important to note that third parties are not bound by the various statements of common ground, and that they should be given an opportunity to put whatever case they wish to the inspector, untrammelled by the agreements between the council and the appellant.
Thank you. Okay. Following that, I would like the appellant's advocate to make his opening statement.
Can I just raise one point in terms of procedural matters before I do, which is the smallest of small points. In terms of additional documents, Mrs. Marjoram, who is the most organised on our team, possibly the most organised in the profession, reminds me that it will be sensible to maintain a list of additional documents, and she's proposing to do that under the nomenclature ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would that be helpful to you, madam, and then to share that at the end of the inquiry?
It would. I'm actually running that list, but if I have a backup, that would be helpful too. And if that could be publicly available as well at the end of each day.
Certainly will be. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Chucker?
Madam, I condensed my opening submissions to writing. If I just invite those, I can hand you my copy and other copies can be circulated. I'm anticipating this will take about 13 minutes to deliver, so it's slightly longer than the 10 minutes set out in the pre-inquiry note, but I have a number of issues that I need to cover, and also it seemed to us sensible that we set out our case in full, and that's likely to foreshorten what I need to say in closing in any event, given the nature of this inquiry. And I appreciate I'm facing you, so if you forgive me for raising my voice, I'm not shouting at you, I'm directing it towards people who are behind me. So if anybody can't hear, please let me know.
Okay. So can I just check with can you just try and talk vaguely normally, and then we'll see. I'm not suggesting you don't speak normally.
Not sure I can do that.
I just want to check, so you don't feel as if you're having to project your voice all the time, whether people can hear you.
This will be the volume I'd normally be speaking out to you.
Yeah, it sounds as if it's broadcasting very clear, so that's fine. Thank you.
If at any stage anybody can't hear me, then wave, and then those to my right can tell me. So, madam, these are the opening submissions on behalf of the appellant. This appeal, as you've said, seeks outline consent for the nature of the scheme that's described. We say that the need for the proposed development is an immediate one. There is no similar integrated facility of this kind providing accommodation with staged access to graduated care within Shropshire, and our very firm case is that each and every one of the units of accommodation which will be provided by this development is needed now to accommodate an elderly person in need of care. The council initially refused the application for 3 reasons which related broadly to locational sustainability in accordance with the spatial strategy, impact on the road network, and visual effects. Across all of the reasons for refusal, it is clear that the council considered there to be an absence of need, at least in the short term, for what is proposed. Following the submission of the appeal and the acceptance by the council and you, madam, of revised plans, the parties have sought to engage positively, as government tells us that we should. And whilst there remain areas of difference in the evidence, in this case, the principal parties have engaged in that manner, and as a result, the areas of debate have now narrowed considerably. There is the statement of common ground you've just heard from our learned friend, but there's also statements of common ground in relation to highway matters, which acknowledges that subject to the imposition of appropriately worded conditions and the planning obligation, there is sufficient capacity on the road network and impacts would not be severe. And accordingly, the second reason for refusal, and I should add the sustainability aspects of the first reason for refusal, also fall away. In relation to the third reason for refusal, the council signed a topic-specific statement of common ground, which is agreed that as regards landscape and visual matters, the only outstanding issue is the likely visual effects on the area to the east of the site. That's being the Ashfield Road public open space and private views from the rear windows of several adjoining properties prior to the establishment of mitigation planting and during the winter months. The council isn't seeking to call specialist landscape evidence before you, and it's clear that the third reason therefore isn't pursued in relation to any vigour. In the same case, the council also reconsidered the use class in which the appeal proposals fell and concluded rightly that subject to the proposed safeguards, the proposals fall within use class C2 and comprise residential accommodation for those in need of care. That recognition has enabled further and more positive dialogue. You will of course be aware, Madam, that a parallel application, which you've already referenced, was submitted with an explicit view to seek to address the council's remaining concerns. Whilst our very firm position was in its evidence submitted by Mr. Shaw to the inquiry that the benefits of the scheme outweighed any harm, there was also a recognition that council officers at that time took a different view. In the light of well-recognised jurisprudence, and I referenced the Derwent Holdings case in the Court of Appeal, the appellant took the view that further land use benefits could be generated by making a proportionate contribution to the provision of affordable housing, which had been a long-standing concern of the council. And whilst there is no policy requirement to make provision for affordable housing for a C2 proposal, I should add, within the development plan, nonetheless, such provision can still be a material consideration, providing that it passes the Newbury test and is still a reason for the grant of permission, falling within Regulation 1222 of the Community Infrastructure Levy regulations. The agreed position of the parties on the latter is that having been provided, then it does so. The inclusion of a contribution towards off-site affordable housing within the draft planning obligation has prompted the council's officers to review the planning balance overall. Unhappily, it wasn't able to put the second application to planning committee in advance of the start of the appeal, but nonetheless, in the supplementary statement of case submitted on the 16th of January, it accepted that if the revised obligation is taken into account, then the council considers that permission should be granted, as the benefits would then outweigh any harm caused. And for the reasons set out in mine and Ms. Hall's opinion dated the 18th of January, the proposed contributions, we say very firmly, meet all the relevant tests and is therefore a material consideration that has to be taken into account. And that, Madam, led to a further statement of common ground on the 19th of January that the appeal should be allowed on that basis. I agree with my learned friend that doesn't bind you, of course, and doesn't bind positions of members of the public. This is a hearing de novo, and you have to form your own view irrespective of the position of the parties. But it's nonetheless a very powerful material consideration that the parties have reached that position on the evidence before you. The position of Mr. Shaw, based on the need evidence of the appellant, without the additional contributions in the obligation, is set out in his proof. But having now been unequivocally provided that the planning balance now even more decisively favours the grant of planning permission. The position of Mr. Hall is that with the contribution and even based upon the council's assessment of need, permission should be granted. Nevertheless, Madam, you have of course indicated that you have to reach your own informed view as the balance of harms and benefits, and in this regard the remaining issues between the council and the appellants relate to the extent of the need for the scheme of older persons accommodation generally, and the need for extra care and care home beds more specifically. Secondly, the assessment of the scheme against the relevant spatial policies within the plan, and I set them out but don't read them, Madam. Those are just the ones arising from the first reason for refusal. Third parties to the appeal also raise matters in relation to landscape, transport, ecology, and those matters are of course addressed in evidence before you, which we say demonstrates that there is an absence of any reason to withhold the consent on those grounds too. So firstly, need. Planning policy guidance issued by government says the need to provide housing for older people is critical. Additionally, the PPG refers to the benefits of offering older people a better choice of accommodation to suit their changing needs. It is therefore not merely about numbers, but also about choice and quality. As the PPG states, providing appropriate housing for the elderly and disabled is crucial in helping them to live safe and independent lives. Further, we as a nation should be planning ahead to meet this need and not waiting until it's too late to do so. The PPG advises it is important we plan early. The further statement of common ground records that both parties agree that there is a need both in the current local plan period and into the future. The starting point, therefore, is there is a degree of need, and the debate is instead centred upon the precise quantum and timing of that need and strategies for meeting it. People aged over 75 make up about 11% of the population in Shropshire, with about 35,000 people aged 75 and older. That is forecast to increase from 11% to around 19% of the population by 2038, the end of the planned period. The trajectory for the need for older persons accommodation is very much an upwards one. As Mr. Newton-Taylor states, the demographic changes facing the UK are well known. The Council recognises that there is a need to increase specialist housing over the period to 2038 to meet future needs. The core strategy, section 3, is entitled The Challenges We Face, and lists planning for the need of a growing but ageing population as one of those challenges. Turning first to extra care need, the Council strategy is to base future planning upon current propensity, which is in effect constraining supply to current levels, at least in proportionate terms, notwithstanding that there's clear evidence that the supply of extra care isn't sufficient, we say, to meet the current requirements and should be increased. Indeed, it's clear from the local demographic context alone, which shows a sharp increase in the proportion of those over 65 in this county, that to maintain the status quo simply won't cut it as a policy position if needs are to be met, as paragraph 62 of NPPF requires. The Council's pipeline of extra care includes, it would seem, only 139 extra care units, which, as Mr. Donald will explain, falls woefully short of meeting the needs when properly assessed. Shropshire follows the national trend towards owner occupation. 78% of Shropshire's older households are owner occupied, which indicates that market tenure specialist housing should be a major component of future supply alongside affordable specialist housing, whereas the supply simply doesn't reflect this, and the current supply of specialist housing is 1/3, 34% market, and 2/3, 66% affordable, and the balance of the supply is therefore not meeting the tenure circumstances of the population and their needs. Mr. Donner's evidence of the scale of requirements in Shropshire is based upon housing in later life and is a robust means of assessing the requirements, we say, for specialist housing for those over 75. The model which is advocated in housing for later life provides that the supply is required to increase by 1,059 units simply to meet the existing demand sitting here in 2023. And that number rises to 1,776 additional extra care units if one looks to 2040. Given the existing pipeline of a meagre 130 units, there is a clear and pressing need for far more than the 164 units proposed as part of this scheme. Further, the appeals scheme will assist in redressing the current imbalance in tenure, which currently exists in the extra care market locally, by providing units for owner occupation. It is clear, we say, that there is an urgent need for specialist additional extra care accommodation for older people in Shropshire now and in the future, and meeting that need weighs heavily in favour of the proposal. Care home need. The rise in population and life expectancy also brings with it a rise in the need for dementia care, and by 2040 it is estimated that 1.59 million people in the United Kingdom will have dementia. Nationally, despite an increasing need over the past decade, there has been surprisingly and disappointingly a net loss of bed spaces. The Council, via its SHMA, Strategic Housing Market Assessment, that stands for, and the appellant both consider that there is a rising demand for care home accommodation between now and 2035, with a demand for 5,200 bed spaces, according to the SHMA, by 2035. In line with the PPG, we should be planning early for this need and not waiting until it's too late to construct specialist facilities. Even if one considers the need arising by 2025, between 937 and 1,507 additional ensuite rooms are required, and even taking an incredibly optimistic view of supply, only 636 could potentially be delivered by that date. Therefore, even on a very generous approach, we say there will be an unmet need for 300 odd bed spaces before the impact of further home closures is even considered. It is important to bear in mind the council's statutory responsibility in relation to care. Section 5 of the Care Act 2014 requires the council to promote the efficient and effective operation of a market in services for meeting care and support needs, with a view to ensuring that any person in its area wishing to access services in the market has a variety of high quality services to choose from. The council is therefore required to provide both a variety and high quality in relation to care provision in its area. Mr. Newton-Taylor's evidence shows that Shropshire is actually underperforming in this regard, with around 70% of its care home bed spaces being provided within buildings that were converted from other uses, and only 15% of bed spaces being provided in the post-millennium purpose-built accommodation, providing the benefits of modern design. The quality of Shropshire's accommodation, therefore, falls below the national average, because nationally, 45% of bed spaces are within converted buildings, as opposed to 70% here, and 55% in purpose-built facilities nationally. Further, shared facilities, sharing bathrooms essentially for the elderly, should we say be consigned to the accommodation of the past. However, 28% of care home bedrooms in Shropshire fail to offer ensuite facilities, and 206 registered beds are within shared occupancy bedrooms. There is still, therefore, a considerable proportion of the accommodation within this county that doesn't meet what we say are considered to comprise the basic requirements of such accommodation to ensure an elderly resident's dignity and privacy, and nor does it represent high quality accommodation, to quote the Care Act. The appeal scheme will therefore make a meaningful contribution towards meeting what is on a national scale a critical need, and in Shropshire arguably even more acute, given that its population of those in the most elderly brackets, that over 85, is 31% higher than the national average. Furthermore, it will bring high quality accommodation into an area which has a notable proportion of poorer quality stock, which is not purpose-built and falls short of meeting current standards. Landscape and visual effects. The council and the appellants agree that any adverse effects are limited to visual effects on users of the Ashfields recreation ground and residents on the western side of Ashfield Road, all of which are to the east of the site. More specifically, people will only experience at most moderate effects from the east of the site during the winter and prior to the proposed planting becoming established. Ms. Bishop assesses, as our landscape witness, assesses the impacts of the proposals on those specific receptors to the east following the planting becoming established as minor adverse during the spring and summer. Further, the area over which views are gained is limited, and the use of the recreation ground are not in the most sensitive category of receptors, because their attention is obviously going to be upon their immediate activities rather than necessarily the totality of the landscape around them. In relation to residential views, particularly those from Ashfield Roads, those views are private, and changing of views experienced would not be so significant as to amount to an adverse effect on the amenity of their properties as a whole. Furthermore, Ms. Bishop's evidence that it's very likely that the appeal scheme would only be visible from the upper floors of the northern elevations, and therefore not a feature which would intrude upon principal rooms of the properties. It's notable the council does not seek to provide landscape evidence to support its reason for refusal 3, and the council's landscape consultant in fact reached the view that the scheme was compliant with relevant policies, a view that we agree with. The scheme will have notable benefits. The development proposes to retain at least 2.7 hectares, 44% of the application site, as green infrastructure, excluding the additional landscaping and garden spaces adjacent to the buildings and the parking courts. The development will respect and conserve existing landscape features, including trees and hedgerows, whilst providing opportunities for enhanced native tree, scrub and meadow planting, and the creation of a new orchard, substantial tree belts, a water body and wetland areas, generating combined landscape and wildlife value. In relation to objections by third parties, we say the site in fact bears no landscape designation and is not publicly accessible. CPRE's supposed designation of the site is not a planning policy designation of any kind and has never been adopted by the council as planning authority or even part of its local plan evidence base. Further, as explained by Ms. Bishop, the survey which underpins it was undertaken 20 years ago and much has changed since, and that assessment does not take account of recent developments in and around the site, including the restaurant building, car park and housing at Winnie Hill View. Further, third parties rely upon views being gained towards Shrewsbury from Hencote Lane. Well, insofar as this relates to views gained west of the phone mast, such views are gained from private land and are not public views. In any event, madam, you will be advised to consider for yourself the lack of visibility on your site visit. And that's the point about the footpath, in fact, not going down Hencote Lane beyond the phone mast. Overall, there are no notable effects which are likely to persist beyond the growth of the proposed planting. The council doesn't pursue the third reason with any vigour, and it's clear that while local peoples of course enjoy the area and their existing views, they will not be so significantly altered as to amount to harm, coming close to outweighing the substantial benefits arising from the proposals. Biodiversity. Mr. Wigglesworth, fabulous name for an ecologist, Mr. Wigglesworth's evidence demonstrates that following the development, there is a predicted net gain of 13.83% in relation to habitats and 33.83% in relation to hedgerows. The proposed conditions and the obligation will secure on and off-site measures necessary to achieve the proposed uplift in biodiversity, and moderate weight usage can be attached to the provision of net gain as a planning benefit in line with Mr. Shaw's evidence. The Town Council, the members of the public, have expressed concerns about potential impacts on the Old River Bed SSI and the proposal to introduce beavers into this area. Mr. Wigglesworth's evidence is the potential for adverse effects via waterborne pollution is actually very low, as the site drains to an area which is downstream of the SSI and reduces to nil in terms of any risk following the use of a SUD system to maintain flow rates and maintain surface water quality. In relation to the proposal to introduce beavers, it's not certain this will occur by the time the appeal proposals are under construction, but even if beavers are present in the area, Mr. Wigglesworth explains that there are notable buffers between the appeal site and the SSI, including woodland and Ellesmere Road itself. Furthermore, their habitat will not be publicly accessible and is therefore unlikely to be affected by increased recreational pressures. He also addressed the concerns in relation to potential effects on the Old Riverbed local wildlife site, great crested newts and other protected species raised by third parties, and in each case explains carefully there will be no conflicts with the protection of those species and sites, taking into account the proposed mitigation to be secured by the Construction Environmental Management Plan and the use of SUDs to maintain water quality flows. So overall, there is a significant net gain in biodiversity, no identified harm to protected sites or species, and as Mr. Shaw states in his evidence, overall in relation to environmental matters, significant weight may attach to the benefits of the scheme. Transport. The Highway Authority does not now object to the appeal, and a statement of common ground exists to this effect. The Highway Authority was right to remove its objection to the appeal proposals by locating numerous facilities on site and by accommodating people within one site rather than spread across Shropshire, will reduce the need for residents in future to travel off-site and for carers and health professionals to travel to people's homes. The application will deliver new sections of footway and a new pedestrian crossing on Ellesmere Road, as well as contributions to bus stop and cycle improvements on that road and footpath improvements alongside the recreation ground. An on-site electric minibus facility will accommodate the trips by residents to local shopping, town centre, leisure and days out. And the travel plan will encourage sustainable travel modes by staff, including car sharing, bus use, cycling and the use of the on-site minibus. Further, in relation to highways impact, the modelling shows that queues and delays arising from the development would be minimal, and there is sufficient capacity within the network to accommodate the proposed development. Mr. Rand's evidence shows that both with and without the proposed development, the forecast modelling shows the largest queue increase will be 0.2 vehicles and the maximum delay of 15 seconds on the access road and a maximum delay increase of 5 seconds on Ellesmere Road. This comes nowhere close to being sensibly described as a severe impact, which is the test in national policy. Third parties have raised further issues. Firstly, the site access. There are no recorded accidents to the access. That means recorded personal injury accidents by the police. The existing site access has been reviewed and accepted by the Highway Authority. Internal layout is, of course, a reserved matter. Travel plan, the full travel plan will be reviewed and approved by the council in due course, and construction traffic will be controlled under the construction management plan should the authority consider this necessary, and we of course welcome that. Overall, the scheme is likely to reduce trips by co-locating people with similar needs on the same site and providing on-site facilities. Trips off-site can be made sustainably by using the on-site transport service or accessing public transport on the nearby bus stops less than 400 metres away. There is very little perceptible, or there will be very little perceptible impact on the highway network at all, let alone a severe one. Planning policy. The existing development plan is out of date in relation to the provision of specialist housing for older persons. NPPF and PPG are now very clear that plans should identify and meet such needs. However, Shropshire's extant development plan, that's the two parts of it, does not make any specific provision for specialist accommodation for the elderly, and has therefore been overtaken by national policy to the point where we say there is a tension with it. The first reason for refusal alleges the site is not an appropriate location, as it sits outside the settlement boundary and would lead to less sustainable travel patterns. CS2 isn't actually a true development management policy, but it seeks to locate a significant level of housing and economic growth within Shrewsbury, and the appeal scheme is not obviously contrary to the aim, but rather consistent with it. Adding variety to the housing market and additional jobs to the area adjacent to the main urban area in the district is entirely in line with the aims of CS2. CS5 refers to Greenbelt and national policies protecting the countryside. This plainly appears out of date in the absence of any clear protection of the countryside in NPPF, and the replacement of such terms with paragraph 174B, which is the recognition of the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. The appeal scheme is entirely respectful of its location and includes significant landscaping, which is in keeping with its character area. The appeal site is also far more associated with the urban area of Shrewsbury than the open countryside, and references within CS5 to the sustainability of rural communities are not readily applicable to this site. CS6 is a design policy, and it's difficult to see how the appeal site could be said to contravene the aspirations of CS6. Mr. Hall's evidence focuses upon the reference in CS6 to accessible locations, and in this regard, there is some overlap with CS11 for an appropriate location. The site adjoins the defined urban area within the existing plan and is within the line of the council's proposed northwest relief road and near to a proposed urban extension in the submitted emerging local plan. It is located on a radial route in and out of the centre of the settlement and is accessible by public transport with bus stops within 400 metres. It is therefore entirely capable of being both an appropriate location and an accessible one. CS11 refers to providing specialist housing provision, including nursing homes, residential and extra care facilities in appropriate locations where there is an identified need. The evidence of need, we say, is clear and compelling. There is an ever-growing need for both extra care and care homes within this county, and the council has allocated no land for this purpose. Balance and conclusions. The appeal scheme would include numerous benefits, including provision of extra care units and care home beds to meet a growing unmet need within Shropshire, and for which the council has no set plan to meet it. It is reliant upon windfall sites, such as the appeal scheme, in order to come close to meeting the needs of its current and future population. The release of up to 200 homes onto the local housing market, people leaving their existing homes and going into the site, the creation of 155 full-time equivalent jobs within the local area, £75 million worth of inward investment, plus additional resident spend and council tax revenue, biodiversity net gain of over 13%, which is in excess of any policy or indeed any future statutory requirement, highway infrastructure improvements, including upgrades to footpaths and bus stops, and also reduced costs to the state, particularly the NHS. In short, the issues in this appeal are not complex. The need is a pressing one. The council has no other plan for specifically meeting this need, and the scheme has surprisingly few adverse effects. And significantly and unusually, both main parties consider permission should be granted on the evidence before you, Madam. The merits of the proposal are overwhelming, and at the close of the inquiry, Madam, I won't be reading all this out again. I'll just be adding to it. You'll be pleased to hear. But at that point, Madam, you will be respectfully invited to allow the appeal as soon as possible in order to speed and help address those obvious and unaddressed needs. Madam, unless I can assist you further, those are our submissions in opening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Mr. Richards, on the basis that it's 11 o'clock now, how long is your opening going to be?
My opening is 8 pages.
So that's about 10 minutes.
16, I'd say 15 minutes. It's shorter than Mr. Tucker's. I don't criticise him for that. But it's going to be longer than 10 minutes, I think.
On that basis, I'd actually like to take a short adjournment for 10 minutes, and then we will have Mr. Richards opening, and then Mr. Jeffcoat, if you'd like to give you time to have your statement.
Yeah.
Make your statement, and if you've got a paper copy, it'd be a good time now also to try and distribute it.
I'll just get mine opening distributed during the break as well. so
Okay,
we-
that's perfect. Okay, so we'll adjourn now and resume at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Have a slight hand to the layers. people in this room that the microphones that we're using on our tables, they are not the microphone linked to the broadcast. The live stream microphones are hanging from the ceiling. What these do is amplify the sound, which helps the microphones hanging from the ceiling to pick up our sound. So that's how the system works, as I learned last week at the local planning examination. So I just thought I would do that. Partway through the break, I realised that the microphones have not been muted, so I muted them. But from now on, we will make sure that during the breaks, the live stream microphones are muted, so that people don't pick up the background chat. But that's the position. So against that background, these then are the submissions of the local planning authority, and I think we've reached ID3, as Marjoram tells me.
I did it as ID4.
Oh, right, okay, well,
Because we had the live, that letter, didn't we? I mean, I know it's already in Appendix 12.
So Madam, I've got ID1, the statement of common ground on C2 need, ID2, opening of the appellant, ID3, opening of the council, and ID4, the proposed site visit itinerary.
We had that, didn't we? That had that. We had live care residences.
That's already on.
Yeah, I mean, so you're saying because it's in Appendix 12.
Yeah, it's in Appendix 12
okay.
to James Donna's rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay, well, wherever we've reached, no doubt we'll sort it out by the end of the inquiry. So these are our submissions. And again, rather like no thanks to Tucker, they're slightly longer than I would normally deliver in opening because they need to set out more clearly where the council is. So I start by saying planning applications and appeals are to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The planning application, which is now the subject of this appeal, was accordingly so considered by the council. Following consideration of the case officer's report, it was refused by a decision notice dated the 14th of April 2022, signed by the Assistant Director of Economy and Place, acting under delegated powers. The decision notice contained 3 reasons for refusal, which alleged, in the first, the site was outside the development boundary for Shrewsbury, on a site not allocated for development in the adopted or emerging development plan. The occupants of the site would be over-reliant on less sustainable modes of transport to access off-site services and facilities. The council could demonstrate a 5-year supply of land for housing, and the proposed development was contrary to the adopted and emerging development plans. There was no other material considerations, such as an overriding need for the development, sufficient to justify granting permission as a departure from the outcome indicated by the development plan. The second reason for refusal, a failure to demonstrate the lack of a severe adverse effect on the capacity of the local highway network, but this has since been demonstrated and is no longer an issue for the council. See the highways statement of common ground. And the third reason for refusal, there would be long-term moderate adverse visual effects on views from the east of the site. And as I note in a footnote there, these effects are now agreed. See the landscape statement of common ground. But those visual effects, which taken together with the conflict with the development plan identified in the first reason for refusal, and taking into account the acknowledged benefits of the proposal, that the proposed development would make to boosting housing supply, the local economy, job creation, and through a net gain in biodiversity. But the benefits would not outweigh the conflict with the development plan. So it's clear that both the case officer and the decision taker regarded the applications being contrary to the development plan, and that there were no other material considerations of sufficient weight that indicated a decision other than in accordance with the development plan. An appeal against the refusal was submitted on the 5th of September of last year. The appellant's statement of the case made it clear that in its view, there were material considerations that indicated allowing the appeal and granting planning permission. These included development plan policy did not allocate sites or parts of them specifically for necessary specialist flexible care accommodation, the need for the development, the benefits the residents will enjoy, cost savings to public healthcare budgets, the suitability of the site for the proposed purpose, up-to-date government advice post-dating the adoption of the development plan, measures that would be put in place to ensure sustainable access to off-site services and facilities, and the appellant said the development is sustainable, having regard to the national planning policy framework. The planning balance, according to the appellant, therefore indicated a grant of permission. The council's statement of the case essentially maintained its position. On the 12th of December last year, the council and appellant exchanged their written evidence. Following good practice, both main parties then reviewed the evidence of the other. Meanwhile, the appellant had submitted a fresh parallel planning application in late July in order to try to address the reasons for refusal of the appeal application. That application remains undetermined. However, the inspector and the council have agreed to the appellant's request that the illustrative information and illustrative plans from this later application should be taken into account in the appeal. The planning obligations being discussed in that application has also informed the unilateral obligation being presented in the appeal. On the 14th of November, the appellant opened discussion with the council about a financial contribution to off-site affordable housing in the parallel application. This led to a formal offer being made on the 20th of December, the day proofs were exchanged, and later that day, the appellant confirmed by telephone that the planning obligation in the appeal would contain the same affordable housing contribution proposal. This was confirmed in writing by email on the 6th of January. Once again, and pursuant to his professional obligation to the inquiry, after the Christmas break, the council's planning witness, Mr. Kelvin Hall, a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, revisited the planning balance in the appeal. His professional judgment, taking into account the affordable housing contribution, was that there were now sufficiently weighty material considerations to indicate an outcome on the appeal other than in accordance with the development plan. On the 16th of January, the council served a supplementary statement of case, indicating that this was now the evidence to be presented to the inquiry, should the inspector be minded to take into account the affordable housing contribution. However, the council's supplementary statement of case also took a preliminary point as to whether the affordable housing contribution should be considered by the inquiry at all. Following competing submissions by the council and the appellant, by email dated the 18th of January, the planning inspectorate case officer informed the parties that you, madam, had decided that you would consider the affordable housing contribution in the context of the appeal. In their respective submissions, the appellant and the council had both accepted that the affordable housing contribution was a material planning consideration which met the requirements of Regulation 122 of the SIL regulations. And this has since been confirmed in the further statement of common ground submitted to the Planning Inspectorate on the 19th of January, and in the council's SIL compliance statement. The further statement of common ground also notes that third parties are not bound by it and must be permitted to present their case to the inquiry. You, madam, have confirmed that this will be facilitated. As a matter of law, You're also not bound by the further statement of common ground, or indeed any of the statement of common ground. And quite properly, you've indicated that you wish to test the evidence in an appropriate manner so that you can arrive at a fully considered and reasoned decision. This too will be facilitated by the appellant and the council. In order for you to be able to do so, on the 20th of January, you asked for an additional statement of common ground to be prepared by the main party's need witnesses. The evidence underpinning the council's assessment of need is based on the most recent Strategic Housing Market Assessment report, the SHMAR, and is described in the proof of evidence of Mr. Daniel Corden. The growth of the elderly population and older persons' housing need are considered in sections 5 and 6 of the SHMAR. Table 47 shows the age breakdown of Shropshire's older population projected forward to the year 2038. In 2016, 10% was aged 75 or older, and this rises to 19% in 2038. The over 65 cohort rises from 24% to 34%. The housing tenure, that's owner occupation, social rented or private rented, of older persons is analysed in terms of the tenure breakdown of general housing and needs projected forward to 2038. Paragraph 653 of the SHMAR recognises that, quote, given the ageing population and higher levels of disability amongst older people, there is likely to be an increased requirement for specialist housing options in the future. This will absorb some of the identified housing need in tables 52 to 57, unquote. The need for specialist supported accommodation, that's to say sheltered or retirement housing, extra care or supported living housing, and residential or nursing home care beds, is set out in the SHMAR at table 64, based on then current prevalence rates. Using the over 75 cohort as an indicator for all older people in Shropshire, by 2038, there is a need for an additional 3,063 sheltered retirement housing units, 410 extra care units, and 2,549 bed spaces in residential or nursing homes. The total will rise from 7,605 to 13,628, an increase of 6,023. In his proof of evidence, Mr. Daniel Corden for the council sets out the delivery of specialist housing from 2016-17 to 2020-21, and planning permissions granted, but where the development is not yet completed. It's assumed that these existing planning permissions will deliver by 2026, the same date as the appeal scheme, if consented now, i.e. the end of the current local plan period. Assuming as a yardstick a linear rate of the growth in need in the SHMAR period to 2038, this indicates a potential unmet need in 2026 of residential nursing home bedrooms and for sheltered/retirement housing, but that the delivery of extra care units is largely on track. But there will be a need for all three types of specialist accommodation beyond 2026 to 2038. The key difference between the council and the assessment of need by the appellant is over prevalence rates. Mr. Corden adopts prevalence rates from the SHMAR, which he says are broadly consistent with the results of the Housing Needs Survey of Shropshire undertaken in the summer of 2022. Based on national projections, rates and data, Mr. Donor and Mr. Newton-Taylor opine that the need to 2038 will be much greater. By the same token, they say there is unmet need in all the three types of specialist accommodation now, in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Corden explains why he disagrees in section 10 of his proof of evidence. In summary, he says the rates used by the appellant are not transparent. They date back to data gathered in 2012 or earlier. They don't take into account the expressed preferences of older people. They're not responsive to the characteristics and geography of Shropshire or the adult social care strategy of Shropshire Council. They are over-reliant on assumptions regarding tenure, and Mr. Corden does not agree with the approach to assessing care home need in qualitative terms. But, and this is the important thing for the purposes of this appeal, but despite their differences, Mr. Corden and Mr. Donor and Mr. Newton-Taylor all find a need for some types of the appeal scheme accommodation by 2026 and for all types by 2038. There is also a difference of opinion between them as to whether the council's strategy for meeting the need is likely to be sufficiently effective. However, as set out in the further statement of common ground, this difference of opinion, along with the appropriate prevalence rates on which the need should be quantified, is agreed to be best considered in the currently ongoing examination of the emerging Shropshire local plan, to which the appellant has made representations. The examining inspectors will carefully consider the competing positions of the council and the appellant and others, and will be able to recommend main modifications to address any deficiencies they find in the submitted policy or strategy in order to make it sound. The council's professional witnesses' assessment of the planning merits and the planning balance in its evidence is now as follows. First, the adverse impacts and considerations. The site is in the countryside, outside development boundaries, established in the adopted development plan. However, it's acknowledged that these boundaries were set having regard to the need for development of all types, assessed some time ago. Secondly, the site is not proposed to be allocated in the emerging local plan. However, it is acknowledged that land outside current development boundaries will need to be allocated, and the council proposes to allocate land that neighbours the appeal site. Thirdly, even with a landscaping scheme to be secured by condition and finalised at the reserved matters stage, there remain residual adverse visual impacts to be weighed in the planning balance. Fourthly, despite the mitigation measures proposed in the planning obligation with regard to the provision and encouragement of sustainable modes of transport, the development will still generate some unsustainable additional trips by car to services and facilities in Shrewsbury. Fifthly, the loss of the current tourism glamping use of the site will be a disbenefit to weigh in the planning balance. And lastly, the appeal proposals do not wholly align with the council's existing and future strategies set out in the adopted and emerging development plan for meeting the specialist housing needs of older people. The council's care, housing and spatial strategies have particular emphasis on supporting older people to remain in their own homes and, importantly, in their own communities for as long as possible. Next, the benefits on the other side of the planning balance. The appeal proposals will help meet the need for specialist housing for older people, both towards the end of the current plan period in 2026 and beyond. The provision of such specialist housing does form a part of the council's care, housing and spatial strategies for older people. Secondly, the proposed use of the site will generate benefits for the local economy. Thirdly, the off-site highways improvement works and contributions necessary to make the development acceptable will have a spin-off benefit to existing users of the highway network. Fourthly, ecological benefits secured in the planning obligation will result in a material net gain in biodiversity. And finally, the affordable housing contribution. The proof of evidence of Mrs. Tyler for the council notes that there is a shortage of affordable housing for the care workforce to access, which is, quote, a key component of the social care strategy for Shropshire. The affordable housing contribution will therefore enable the council to progress its strategy to make Shropshire a more attractive place for care workers to live and work. It is this last benefit that Mr. Kelvin Hall for the council, applying his professional judgment, finds tips the planning balance in favour of the appeal scheme, even though it is contrary to the adopted development plan. In reaching his overall planning judgment, Mr. Hall has taken into account the various conditions and obligations to which any permission would be subject. Conditions being proposed by the council and agreed by the appellant would require, amongst other things, details of the layout, scale of the buildings and landscaping of the site, a surface and foul water drainage strategy, a scheme of archaeological investigation, a remediation strategy in the event land contamination is discovered as the development progresses, the protection of retained trees, a scheme for dealing with any great-crested newts and or badgers on the site, a scheme for ensuring a net gain in biodiversity and the creation of new habitats, a scheme to reduce the impact of artificial lighting, a scheme to control the impacts on the local community during the construction phase, a scheme to ensure the timely delivery of new footways and access roads, a scheme to ensure the timely delivery of car parking spaces and electric vehicle charging points. All details and schemes will be submitted to the council for consideration and approval. The details would have to be in general conformity with the illustrative material submitted by the appellants to this inquiry. The development would have to be carried out in accordance with the approved details. If the council's not satisfied with any of the details submitted, then it can refuse to approve them. The appellant would then either have to come back with revised details that the council will approve, or make a further appeal against the refusal in a bid to have approved the details submitted. The number of extra care and close care units would be limited to 164, which is the number assessed in the illustrative material. Similarly, the care home would be limited to 75 bedrooms. Planning obligations associated with the new development will control the amounts and time of payment of the affordable housing contribution, the measures the appellant will take to ensure sustainable modes of travel are introduced to and from the site by staff and residents, including the provision of electric minibuses and the monitoring of the effectiveness of the measures and any changes that need to be made. The implementation of a biodiversity enhancement plan, the planting and maintenance of an orchard, occupation of the extra care and close care units by eligible persons who need and receive that care, and the operation of the development by a registered provider. The development would be subject to control and inspection by the Care Quality Commission. These conditions and obligations are all critical to the assessment of the planning balance by Mr. Hall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards. Mr. Jeffcott, you said you'd like to address the inquiry, so I'd be grateful if you came to the front. I don't know whether you're familiar with using the buttons on this microphone, but if you could. So did you say you had a statement?
Well, I have a statement, but I've just written the statement based on what I've just heard. I mean,
All right, okay, that's fine. Perhaps afterwards you could
I'll write it up, make sure you get it. Yeah.
ask for a copy to be taken. Thank you.
Okay, can everybody hear them? I can hear amplification, so I presume it's working. Well, I'm a member of the public. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not a Rule 6 party. And that there is no Rule 6 party at this inquiry because residents and objectors were confident that our council, who represents us, were going to put the case forcibly at this appeal, that the rejection which they made last year should be defended. And we are astonished and dismayed that at the very, very last minute, the council suddenly decides to change its position, announces that the planning balance has changed, and hey presto, all of the expert witness cross-examination necessary to determine the outcome of this appeal will not happen. And you just, as is your right, you have just reconfigured the agenda. So it's now only 3 days instead of 8 days. So clearly, a great deal of the expert argument and detailed cross-examination which you were going to rely on is not going to take place. And we as residents are dismayed by this and do not accept that is reasonable. Fundamentally, we want Shropshire Council to present the case that they would have made at this inquiry in full and cross-examine the claims made by the appellants in full, as they would have done before the unilateral undertaking was made. We think and believe that as we understand it, the relatively insignificant sum of £1.3 million for affordable housing does not alter the planning balance based on what we as residents have heard over all of the time of this issue has been in the public domain. There are, on every ground that we have heard today in the statements that have been made, we do not accept the weight that is being placed on these different considerations by both parties, as is now the case following this last minute U-turn. In terms of landscape is ultimately subjective, but in our view, as residents around Winnie Hill and around the site, that the landscape there is remarkable. It is a local landmark. It can be seen not just from the east of the site, but from the south. There are views from the site to the south and from the south, which I'm sure you will become aware of when you visit the site. There is a road to the south, which is called Winnie Hill View. It's been called Winnie Hill View because it has a view of Winnie Hill. Winnie Hill is where this development is going to be sited. The hill is going to be populated with buildings 3 to 4 stories high. And it's not a flat site, it is a very steep hill, particularly above the old riverbed, which is a local nature reserve. And it is immediately adjacent to a national SSSI to the east of Ellesmere Road. And although it's on the other side of Ellesmere Road, the closeness of the SSSI is material, as I understand it, and has to be taken into account. In terms of transport, we are astonished that the Highways Department has climbed down after relatively minor changes in terms of the way that the application is being configured to deal with the transport impact. As I understand it, 250 car parking spaces are included in this development. So presumably, and not just presumably, it is quite clearly the case that these car parking spaces will be used both by the residents, those who are able to leave and enter the site to access leisure destinations, the town centre, or medical facilities, which are in different directions. Also, differently to a simple housing development, the nature of the development involves the entry and exit of a large number of staff to deliver the care that is envisaged. So clearly the transport impact of the development on the site is far greater than would be normally the case if it was simply open market housing. I would urge you to look and to get independent analysis of the tricks analysis, which is built into the transport proposals, as I have been advised by residents in the near local area who have professional expertise in this regard, which, as you, if you've read some of my comments, which I sent on the portal in the autumn, Professor Whitelake in particular, in his view, the assumptions and the figures produced are unreasonable and heroic. I'm not an expert, but I urge you to use your expertise or to make use of experts to check those figures, because the road, we as residents, we live near Ellesmere Road. Ellesmere Road is a very, very busy road, particularly at peak hours. And I am surprised by the ease at which the appellants claim that the development will not have an impact on peak hour traffic. The peak hours these days are quite large. It's most of the day. It gets busy from 7:30 in the morning, and it only sort of drops off a bit after maybe 10 o'clock or even later. And the peak in the evening peak is also considerable, the shoulder peak. I mean, the references to transport, the public transport, are also thin in the extreme. Again, the number of people needing transport is enormous, and yet the appellants claim that 2 electric minibuses on the site will somehow make a difference. How can that? How many seats will they involve? There's only 2 of them, and presumably they'll be providing on-demand travel. In which direction? Will they be going into town centre? Will they be going to the surgery or to the hospital? They will make a tiny, tiny difference to the transport demand onto and off the site. But it stands to reason. It cannot be any other. The Ellesmere Road is a narrow road on an embankment. I would like to see evidence that the cycleway, which is being referred to, is anything more than redesignating a stretch of very narrow road for cycles. People do in Hencote, which is where I live, which is the housing estate immediately to the south on the east side of Ellesmere Road. We do not cycle often up Ellesmere Road. You occasionally see experienced, very fit cyclists going uphill, in full lycra gear, etc. They're very fit. They can do it. Most people do not cycle up that hill because it is steep and the road is narrow. You are right on top of transport traffic around you. It is not safe for cyclists. And I do not see any evidence that the very, very minor cycle provision that the appellants are talking about will make a material difference. People are not going to cycle to this provision. They really aren't. They're going to come by car or taxi. I'm just checking my notes. My comments were sort of emerging as the earlier remarks were delivered. If this plan is approved, it surely undermines the basis on which the new development plan is being formulated. As I heard earlier, in this very room last week, there was another inquiry underway in which the local development plan, which is being under challenge, is being formulated. It is surely premature for this appeal to be granted before the emerging local development plan process is concluded. It seems ridiculous. Well, why are they trying to jump the gun? Well, they have a commercial interest in trying to, I'm sure. But it is very disappointing to residents to see our council, which represents us, surrendering on an issue of development of this size when the local development plan for the future is still under discussion. Why? The main grounds that residents originally made their objections, including me and many of the others, were primarily on the impact on landscape and the impact on transport and heritage and nature, the remarkable old riverbed which is below the site. However, we were concerned to hear from councillors that it was clear last spring that the people in charge of delivering elderly care in Shropshire Council, who represent us, were very, very concerned about the impact of this development. And that's and the knock-on effects on staffing of elderly care provision of various different kinds would be damaged, not enhanced, by this development. We're not experts, we're residents, but we take seriously when we are told that the council, in their planning policy statement produced in March, have detailed very serious reservations and fears about the impacts of what this development will mean. It was reported in the Shrewsbury Chronicle this week that 20% of elderly care beds in the county are currently empty because of staff shortages. Now, this development, as it is envisaged, appears to us not to be designed to meet local needs for local people. It is designed to attract people from all over the country with the budget required to come here and require care. I mean, that is their right. People can live where they want to, and it is up to Mr. Stevens to pitch his development at people of means from all over the country. That's fine, but it is not fine for us living here. If it actually increases the number of people who need care, who need servicing, who need nursing, who need access to our struggling NHS in Shropshire. So we therefore cannot accept the decision by Shropshire Council to suddenly decide, oh, no, it's actually fine. It actually helps us to deliver social care and elderly care. We find the volte-face surprising. We cannot understand why this has happened. And you need to satisfy yourself that this is not simply a question of a local authority under extreme budgetary pressure deciding that it is not worth the battle. Because that is how it seems to us as residents and as electors and as council taxpayers. The nature of the development and the sort of illustrative.
Do you want to take yourself a drink and get yourself a drink? Because they've got plenty of time. So
Sorry if I'm.
no, it just. That's fine. I just want you to.
Thank you. I made that point. The nature of the marketing material which you've used in your illustrative.
Excuse me, Mr. Jacob, please don't refer to you're addressing
Sorry,
me.
I was having to see you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
You know,
I understand. The material which has been produced seems to be designed for the high end, if you like. There have been various figures flying around as to what the fees will be for the residents who are designed to be attracted, whether for the nursing home or other forms of care. But it appears to be aimed at the top end and therefore to be at the people from across the country. And maybe that isn't the case, but that is how it appears to us. In terms of landscape, as I alluded to earlier, there are views from the south and to the south from the development and from Hencote Lane. The point that was made about the rights of way, there is a right of way along Hencote Lane. Hencote Lane is a private road, but it has a right of way on it. There's a footpath. The right of way only departs from Hencote Lane well to the west of the site. You need to be very, very clear as to where that departure happens. And no one uses the footpath that runs through the field to the north of Hencote Lane. Everybody uses Hencote Lane. It is peculiar as to why the historic right of way was moved, presumably by a previous landowner, I don't know when that happened, into the field, because nobody uses it, and they use the right of way and they cross the railway line over the bridge, the bridge to the west of the site. So at Hencote Lane, which is where most of the views are of note, it is level with the site or right down to the east, to the junction with Ellesmere Road. You need to walk up Hencote Lane and look to your left over the hedge, which is normally cut to about 4 to 5 feet. And you will see a remarkable view.
Excuse me, can I not?
It is also worth pointing out that you need to be aware of the changing management of the site in recent years. Very recently, the Hencote estate have started constructing 6-foot-high fences to block off the view from the right-of-way. Enforcement action has been requested from Shropshire Council about these very high fences, which have only been put up within the last year. And my understanding from the town council for Bagley, Councillor Alex Phillips, is that the officials involved believe that these fences are too high, but not to the extent that it justifies enforcement action, but that there is a case to be made to be concerned about it. And if you talk to the residents, they will all say that it has changed recently. He's trying to block off the view in order to claim that when he puts the buildings on Welly Hill, that no one will be able to see them. So you need to look at the historical development of the way the land has been managed over time. The CPRE assessment that was done about 20 years ago, that, as far as I understand it, that exercise, which is appended to the CPRE objection, was carried out at the behest of, or certainly in cooperation with, the predecessor authorities to this authority. Shropshire is now a unitary authority. It's only existed for a few years. At that time, there was a borough council and there was Shropshire County Council. That exercise was designed to be used to inform future planning decisions. That was what it was for. It was never formally set aside by Shropshire Council, the unitary council now exists. It was never acknowledged, but it existed, and it was carried out by people locally and agreed generally by representatives at the time that it would inform future planning decisions. I accept it doesn't have a statutory basis, but nevertheless, that is the case. Yes, public transport. Ellesmere Road is not a frequent public transport corridor. There are the bus service along Ellesmere Road. It used to be reasonable. It's now down, I think, to 5 a day, maybe 6 a day. It is significant. The access from the bus stops to the site is extremely difficult. You need to look at the bus stops, where they are situated, and how you then have to walk. You have to cross the road and recross the road. It is awkward and difficult. People aren't going to do it. Even staff, I would have thought, would be unlikely to arrive by bus. It is the nature of the site, the fact that Ellesmere Road is on an embankment, so the width of the road is constrained by the fact that it's on an embankment. So it's difficult to widen it for a bus stop directly serving the site. As far as I understand it, it's the existing bus stop will be somehow improved. People will cross and recross the road to enter the site. It is convoluted, to say the least, and it is not reasonable to say that, oh, lots of staff are going to use bus to come and go. They're not. If you had a bus service that went into and out of the site, maybe you could argue that they would arrive by bus. But really, at the moment, as it is currently envisaged, they won't do that. The final point I'd like to make is about the issue of through traffic. We submit that the decision on this application should not be made until the Northwest Relief Road issue is concluded. It is already the case, as I understand it, that Shropshire Council has stated that it does not want to allow significant development along Ellesmere Road until the Northwest Road opens. So that decision has been somehow set aside for this proposed development. We can't see why that is the case. Personally, I do not support the North West Relief Road, but I do support alternative policies and plans to remove through traffic and to facilitate a shift to walking and cycling and a more intensive bus service in the town. But nevertheless, I concede that the plan is the policy of the council and people are relying on it to deliver this change in through traffic. And I would submit that this proposal for this development on this scale should not go ahead until the North West Road or other alternative transport provision is implemented, not just approved, is implemented. The final point I make is that the council there, I believe, said both parties unusually agree about this development. Yes, it is unusual. To residents, it is astonishing. We do not have confidence that that the planning balance has been shifted so decisively by such a small change, a small amount of money. 1.3 million out of a scheme that cost 73 million seems to us to be insignificant. We're in favour of affordable housing, or even better, social housing rather than affordable housing. So the word affordable doesn't mean as much as it used to, but the scale of the unilateral undertaking is minimal. And so we are dismayed by it, and we submit that it is unreasonable of Shropshire Council to change their position so decisively at such a late stage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeffcott. Appreciate a long and detailed statement. Can I just confirm, you talk about the residents quite a lot. Is there any do you formally represent them or?
No, we didn't. Well, we haven't set up a formal group. We didn't. We have a Facebook group, but it's it's not a group.
So it's not.
It's a forum where people can share their. But I mean, we don't.
Reflecting.
Yeah, we reflect. I reflect. I mean,
yeah, that's
there are. I mean, I'm sure there are some residents who don't agree with the ones who've objected, but a large number of residents have objected, and people of my immediate acquaintance share my view. I mean, the road is very, very busy. Yeah. There is a view of Winnie Hill. People in Holscott, in particular, the estate to the east, grew up there as children, using Winnie Hill almost as a playground. And the history of the site is that it's privately owned. It's agricultural land. It was never a field. There weren't crops grown there. It's very steep. It's rough grazing, if it was anything. So in the summer, children used to play there, and in the winter, during snowfall, as happened only 5 or 6 years ago, the last time it happened, people go there and sledge down the hill. And it was perceived as a heritage asset, except it wasn't designated as such, and it's private land. But the landowners in the past were comfortable with that, so the community sees it as part of their heritage. It is a hill, a landmark, a beauty spot. That's what it is, and it's not just somewhere of no particular value. As I have to say, I'm dismayed by the landscape consultants used by Shropshire Council. Looking at that, it seems unjustified what they've said. I don't think they've done the job properly.
Okay. Mr. Jeffcott, before I ask Mr. Tucker whether he has any questions, because you have said that you'll be willing to answer questions, I am very happy for you to attend, well, for you to be part of the roundtable landscape session, which will take place. Would that be all right if you were able to attend it?
Yeah, I'm self-employed, so I'm fortunate that I can reorganise my diary to attend.
I'm sure the main parties wouldn't have any issues were that? Because obviously you've given quite a very wide ranging,
Yeah.
and it really touches upon many of the issues that have been raised. So I will be asking you to ask questions if you feel that it's appropriate. Now, in terms of Mr. Tucker, do you have any questions you'd like to ask Mr. Jackcott?
Madam, I had a couple of questions of clarification. Obviously, in terms of most of the points that have been raised, I'll raise those in terms of my witnesses providing evidence of their view. Mr. Jeffcott is more than welcome to ask questions of any of my witnesses in relation to those matters, and that may be the most convenient way to deal with them. You might have asked the question that I was going to ask, which was who Mr. Jeffcott represents when the term "we" is used and as residents, and I think he's explained that, so I don't need to ask that question. I do have one question, though, in the light of Mr. Jeffcott telling us that the landscape consultants haven't done their job properly, the highway authority's not done their job properly, and that he disagrees with the stance of the council. So just one question. Is there anything, good morning, Mr. Jeffcott, I do apologise. Just one thing, which is there anything that you want to draw the attention of the inspector to that you've not had the opportunity so far of drawing the inspector's attention to?
I think I've covered it in the statement I've made, but I would particularly like the inspector to look at the site from as many different angles as possible.
She will do so.
I'm sure she will, and to be aware of you've redesigned the proposed buildings and changed the roof line very, very slightly.
It's an outline application.
Yeah, exactly. An outline application will be done again, but the impression to myself and other residents of my immediate acquaintance, just assume that's what I mean when I say residents, is that is a very slight change on buildings of considerable size on a slope where the immediate area, at least to the south, is below. So you can see these. I can see the site from my house. And many others can. If you stand on the site, you can see Shrewsbury, you can see many houses. If you can see them, they can see you. If you then add a 3 or 4 story building, you're higher up.
Mr. Jeffcott, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I did ask you a very specific question, which was, is there anything that you've not had the opportunity to draw the inspector's attention to that you would like to do so? And there's a good reason why I asked the question, as I'm sure we have evidence of this in the room.
My statement is that I've just written my statement. I hope it's comprehensive. There may be something I have not said, which I wish I had done.
Well, that's always true in terms of life in general, but I just want to be clear. There's nothing that you're able to identify to Madam Inspector that you've not had the opportunity to draw her attention to. Is that fair?
At this moment in time, yes.
Good. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffcott. On that point, Mr. Tucker, obviously Mr. Jeffcott's put in representations which I'm sure your team is able to.
I've
Fine.
read already, Madam.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Yeah. So it's not. So whilst Mr. Jeffcott didn't necessarily say everything in your representation, which previously, I think we can take it as read that we've all.
It encompasses everything. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That's understood.
Yeah. Thank you. On that note, unless having had Mr. Jeffcott give his statement, is there anybody else who wishes to say anything? Because we do have the time if anyone else would like to say something. Okay, that's fine. I'll take that as a no. Right, okay. What I'm going to do now is break for lunch. And then we will resume at 1:30, at which point we will have highways and ecology, and I'm hoping that we can then move the landscape session on to the afternoon, if that makes sense to everybody. I don't think anyone will be prejudiced by that, so we resume at 1:30. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There is just one personal matter that Mr. Tucker and I would like to raise with you in private, if that's all right.
Yes, thank you. Do that now. like to resume the public inquiry into the refusal of planning permission for
But we know what it is.
okay, there's going to be a change to the agenda, which was agreed amongst the barristers. I'll explain, I mean, I won't explain why, but I can assure you that it's unavoidable. No one should be prejudiced by this, and in fact, it probably will actually save inquiry time. So I just want to briefly go through what it will be. This afternoon, as was put in the revised agenda, we will be doing the highways and ecology as element of my questions. We'll have a landscape roundtable. We'll then have a break and we'll have an initial consideration of the unilateral undertaking, which is the planning obligation. Tomorrow, I would like the site visit to take place in the morning. At the CMC, which took place in November, I believe the appellant said that they would arrange transport to the site. Now, my understanding is that Mr. Jeffcott wishes to attend the site visit, so we just need to arrange how we're actually going to do that. But I think that we ought to definitely start at 9:30, and I'd like to be collected from here. I think that's the most sensible place, because I know that parking actually on Elmsmere Road is not that easy, is it? So if I could be collected from here at 9:30, but I'll leave you to organise that at the break, try and sort out the actual arrangements. The intention then is that the site visit will take place in the morning, and then in the afternoon, and I would intend starting at 2:15 because I don't want to rush the site visit in any shape or form. I would then do conditions, look at the conditions. And then on Thursday, because we've had to rearrange the programme, look at housing need, the planning issues, and look at the unilateral undertaking just quickly again. And then the advocates would put in the closings. I don't see that will prejudice anyone, but I just wanted to let people know that ASAP. Okay. This afternoon, I say we're looking at highways, ecology and landscape initially. Because the council isn't actually going to cross-examine anyone, that's what they've said. I'm happy for the appellant's witness to just do a brief resume, but I don't want it to be like formal evidence per se. Then I will ask questions, and Mr. Jeffcott, if you wish to ask any questions, that's fine. The council won't be asking questions, will you?
No, we won't. But just we won't be. But just to say, if you wanted any further explanation from the council, then I have Ms. Gemma Lawley, who is the author of the consultation response to highways.
Here as well.
She's now sat in the middle.
Right, that would be perfect. I would very much appreciate that for her to attend that session. Mr. Jeffcott, I feel as if you're sort of right at the back, and as you're actually going to be asking questions, I would suggest that you potentially, if you'd want to sort of sit at the front. Otherwise, it's a bit sort of you're a bit away from things. So, but you can't. Obviously, no one's going to be interjecting questions. We're going to do it in a formalised way, but you have that opportunity to ask a question or more than one. Okay, that's.
That's completely understood and completely acceptable. What we might do is perhaps rejig some of the appellant's team to facilitate the suggestion coming forward. I wonder if we might do.
Well, just so there's a space in the front seat, isn't there?
Just moved So Mr. Jefferson's not perhaps sitting on the appellant side.
Are you all appellants?
Here until the
Cast of thousands, I'm afraid.
Oh, right,
the
okay,
question
well,
time is reached. I'm happy where I am, and I'm prepared to move if you want me to.
I just would feel, I feel more that
Yeah.
you're part and parcel of it if you were to move forward. But obviously if you're happy as Sash at the back, that's fine. I'm sure the appellant scheme is relatively friendly. Okay, Mr. Tucker, could you give me the benefit of telling me who this gentleman is?
Yes, I can. Can I just raise one point on the site? Because obviously,
Yeah.
in terms of collecting you tomorrow, and just for the benefit of third parties, I appreciate you'll know this, but others need to know this. We will need to make sure that there's a representative of the
Oh, yes.
council
Yes,
within the car that
yes,
will be taking you to site.
And that
Mr.
will be-
Hall, I'm guessing.
That will be Mr. Hall.
yeah, okay. And I mean, you can liaise with Mr. Jeffcott whether he wants picking up or, you know, I'm happy either way, but I just wanted to be as transparent.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
So to introduce my witness and inverted commas to the inquiry, you are James Rand. You have an honours degree in geography and a master's degree in transport planning and engineering from the University of Southampton. You're an associate at Paul Basham Associates, and that you are responsible for a variety of transport planning. You're a member of the Institution of Highways and Transport, and you have about 10 years of experience in relation to this, having appeared as an expert witness at a variety of different hearings. And you tell us at 1.3 of your evidence that you prepared your evidence in accordance with your professional code of conduct, irrespective of by whom you are instructed. Is all that true?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm not going to ask you formal examination in chief in the circumstances, but I wonder if it would be helpful for you to do a couple of things, please. If you just focus upon locational sustainability and technical highway access, etc. If you could just identify what the scheme is, what's proposed by way of mitigation, and then Madam Inspector will have some questions for you.
Yes, certainly.
Carry on.
So if I first address,
Can everyone hear? Yeah, good.
if I first address sustainability, I think it's crucial in the first instance to understand the nature of the scheme and the residents. Their age and mobility profile is such that the majority are unlikely to travel off-site independently. Set out in the unilateral undertaking is a requirement for each resident to be subject to or potential resident, I should say, subject to an entry care level assessment and to essentially be an eligible occupier. And there's a couple of elements to that. There's age limits, which I believe are over 65, and then also the fact that they're actually in need of care. I also think it's useful to understand that the nature of the scheme itself reduces the need for residents to travel off-site. As per the application description, there are, so if you could give me, care facilities, treatment therapy rooms, fitness pool, restaurant and shop. So kind of the nature of the scheme itself means that the majority of residents won't need to leave to meet those needs. There will of course be times when residents do need to leave the site, and in keeping with common practice for development of this type, the appellant is committed to in the UU to provide electric minibuses, which would reduce reliance on the private car for residents. I should say as well, where residents don't need to, for example, travel or commute to work or take kids to school, compared to a traditional residential scheme, the majority of the vehicle movements are outside the traditional peak periods that would otherwise be the case.
Why does that matter?
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I didn't think you were.
No, I was.
Yeah,
Just
I think If you
I'm
just
more than happy to allow
Yeah.
witnesses just to keep going.
yeah, I think in the case, otherwise, it becomes a bit unfair.
As you please, ma'am.
Karen.
That's quite right. And yes, so because the resident trips of the scheme are outside of the peak periods, that means the impact is reduced during the network peak periods. Than would be the case for a traditional residential scheme. Going back to the minibuses, they would also be made available for staff. Now, we don't know clearly exactly where staff would live, but in my understanding and experience of these types of schemes, staff are typically employed from the local area. And another point to make is that on the timings, staff, the changeover period of the shift staff is kind of early in the day and late in the day. So it should be workable in a practical sense for those minibuses to serve staff at the beginning and the end of the day and resident needs such as they are in the middle of the day. Now, clearly, this is an outline planning application, so there are any number of details that would be secured later, but it is envisaged, and indeed this works well at other similar schemes that I've been involved in, that the minibuses could typically, for staff, they're unlikely to travel to every individual staff's house, place of residence, but instead, likely go to common pickup points. But again, the detail of that is too early to say at this stage. In terms of measures to encourage sustainable travel, particularly beyond that, particularly for staff and visitors, there are a range of measures that either the appellant has agreed to directly deliver or to provide financial contributions to the council to provide. And that includes improved pedestrian infrastructure through provision of a footway on the western side of Ellesmere Road and a crossing over Ellesmere Road. Advisory cycle lanes to the south to connect into the existing cycle network. A financial contribution to undertake consultation to change the speed limit on Ellesmere Road, and also to provide bus stop improvements to the south in terms of providing shelters. And then aside from that, we also have the travel plan, which contains, as written, a range of measures to encourage sustainable staff travel. But it's also been agreed that the full details of that can be conditioned. I think it's useful in this matter to consider what the policy requirement actually is. And on that, they've got core strategy 6, which in my view, one of the thrusts is to, well, sorry, not in my view, it states that we should maximise the opportunities for walking, cycling, public transport.
So I can actually support in one respect, I guess, the policy.
Yeah.
So I should want to do that. Should I check on that?
Yeah, of course.
So we talk about core strategy 6.
Yes, sorry. So core strategy 6. In my view, the relevant part in this instance is the second bullet point, which says begins requiring proposals like to generate ... But the thrust of it is, yes, to maximise opportunities for walking, cycling and public transport, and to reduce the need for car-based travel. In my view, the scheme does that. Policy CS7, although not referenced by the council, council, I think, is relevant in this regard as well. In that the first section of the policy on the fifth line talks about managing the need to travel and offering options for different travel needs. And I think that is consistent with paragraph 110 of the NPPF, which requires appropriate opportunities to promote sustainable transport to be taken up given the development type and location. I also just wanted to pick up on, we do know from the restaurant Vineyard, it's already on the site and indeed would remain, that most of the staff don't drive to travel to work there. There are 35 staff, 11 of whom drive, and I only make that point to highlight that it's already possible to travel sustainably to the site, and indeed the staff already do. I think overall, not all modes will work for all people, but that's not what's required by policy. I think the packaging measures will meet the policy requirement, encourage sustainable travel and provide choice of modes. And just finally to say, those reasons in the statement of common ground, it's agreed that the transport aspects of the first reason for refusal will not be pursued by Shropshire. And so it follows that they no longer consider that there would be an over-reliance upon less sustainable forms of transport. Do you want me to, was there, or do you want me to move on to other?
Is there anything else you want to say? Say it. I'll
Yeah.
have questions. I'm writing
I mean, in
notes.
terms of impact on the network.
Well, I mean, I've read. I mean, obviously, I've read your proof
Yeah.
of evidence, so you don't need to sort of give your
Sure.
statement, I mean, your evidence
Yeah.
again,
Mhm.
but it's just sort of like any issues that you,
Yeah.
particularly in having heard what Mr. Jeff was.
Yeah.
To say that you'd like to address it.
Yes, sure. So on highway impact, I think it's fair to say through the application, there was a lot of discussion with the Highway Authority about the parameters that were used in determining what the impact would be on the highway network. And so through the course of the application, there were kind of several, I'll probably characterise it as that assessment evolved over time. But as you'll be aware, we reached a point with the Highway Authority where we agree that the impact, the residual cumulative impact on the highway network will not be severe. Reference to NPPF paragraph 1. And then also that kind of follows from that. But similarly, that there is sufficient capacity in the infrastructure to accommodate the development, which again is the last bullet point of core strategy policy CS6. Just a couple of things I wanted to pick up on, if that's okay. Just for the avoidance of doubt, the assessment that we've undertaken does not make any adjustments as a result of the North West Relief Road. Our assessment doesn't reduce traffic flows on Ellesmere Road that would arise as a result of the North West Relief Road. So in my view, we're not reliant upon that happening in any way. The assessment that we did undertake takes into account the existing traffic flows along Ellesmere Road to which we've applied a growth factor to account for essentially projecting into the future, taking account of background traffic growth. It accounts for the existing restaurant and vineyard on the site, and of course the development itself. The assessment is based on there's the industry standard for assessing capacity at junctions is, I imagine, something called junctions 10, and the inputs to that are the geometries of the junction and the forecast traffic flows, and then what those models do is give you a forecast of the amount of capacity that will be used, and then also queues and delays. And the sort of measure of capacity is called RFC, which is ratio of flow to capacity. And our modelling shows that in the worst case, that's 0.19. So effectively 19% of the capacity of the access is being used. And the queues, results in queues are 1 second.
You could give the reference. I mean,
Yeah, so
I think it's 0.2 or something.
yes, that's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The maximum queue 0.2 vehicles, and the maximum delay is 15 seconds, which is within the site. The maximum delay on Bursmere Road was 5 seconds, and that's effectively where vehicles wait to turn right into the site. Beyond the site access, the additional development trips dissipate across the network, and we did quite a lot of work looking at the distribution of those trips, which again was agreed with the Highway Authority. And ultimately, as per the SOCG, it's paragraph 1.9. It's common ground that the appellant has demonstrated that there is sufficient capacity on the road network to accommodate the development, and that the residual cumulative impacts will not be severe. The final thing I just wanted to pick up on, was about the safety of the access. The access as it exists was consented and built as part of the planning application for the
Got that down.
yes, as part of the application for the winery and the visitor centre. And just to say that the safety of that access was considered, and there was a condition that required specifically those details to be provided. So the Highway Authority were happy with that. We're not changing the geometries or the siting of the access. And we know from the modelling there's sufficient capacity. There's not been any recorded personal injury accidents there since it opened. So in my view, there is no reason to suggest that the access is unsafe.
That's right.
I've got a few questions.
Sure.
Perhaps we can directly on that safety of the access issue. My understanding is that we're going to be putting in a pedestrian crossing.
Yeah.
How would that?
Sorry to interrupt, Madam. There's notes from the back that perhaps you might need to turn your microphone on. They're not able to. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you.
Sorry.
Apologies to those who didn't hear me. In terms of the pedestrian crossing, has the safety of that pedestrian crossing been put into any of your models? Because clearly, if you've got pedestrian crossing, obviously randomly people will be stopping, and there's a Brava Hill, etc., etc. So how has that been included in any of your assessments, and can you direct me to where
Sure.
it's been undertaken?
So the junction model doesn't
that's used to assess capacity rather than safety, and the pedestrian crossing that is proposed is an uncontrolled crossing. So we've got there's a drawing of it actually, which I think is in Appendix G of the transport assessment, and that shows dropped curbs and tactile paving. So because it's uncontrolled, the vehicles would have priority. It's not a zebra crossing or a signal junction, so the provision of that crossing won't affect the capacity of the junction for the vehicle capacity.
So can you, sorry, I'm slightly confused. So the pedestrian crossing is purely a drop curve. It doesn't give the pedestrian any priority whatsoever in crossing the road. It
No.
doesn't facilitate the crossing of the.
Well, it facilitates the crossing in that there is currently no crossing there, and there's no footway on the western side of Ellesmere Road at the moment. But we would be providing one, and then also the dropped curbs to indicate to pedestrians that this is where you cross.
Can you treat me like I'm very stupid, because perhaps I am very stupid. But then just take me through that again.
Okay, so at the moment on the ground, there is no dedicated pedestrian facilities at the access. So, in fact, it might help if I take you to the drawing itself. If you'll find it, however, which is, yes.
I think I have it as J for Juliet 5A.8, which I
Of the core document,
core documents, and I think it's
Appendix C, sorry.
just Appendix C of your proof as well.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's not.
See, in the impact 3.
Pack 3. Sorry.
Problem is, of course, back in the day when you did all paper documents, you were really good at giving inspectors paper stuff. But now that you don't, it's less. Right, so in pack 3, yeah. Is it CBJ?
J5A.8. Just check that. Yes.
Yeah, as I had an issue with this when it came through the post, it's all fallen apart, so I had to put it in another folder. Right, okay,
Apologies.
so we'll get there eventually. Right, okay, good. I've got figure 3, is that right?
Sorry, Appendix C.
I think.
So it's right before the tricks outputs, if that helps.
But it's 5AQ.
It may not be the extracted version, so it may be only available online.
You have a hard copy.
You bring hard copies.
No, they haven't got, it's not on the hard copy, I think is what you're saying,
Yeah.
isn't it?
In J58.8, if it helps, it's PDF page 36.
I think I was 37.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the cover sheet for appendix C.
It is, but I thought
Yeah.
Yeah, I should get that up. So I was going to rely on paper copy.
So it's in section one, J58. Yeah, that's appendix. If it's the correct one.
It looks like it.
Would you like me to take a copy of them?
Yeah, it might be, if someone's got a copy, because.
We've got an A4 copy.
Yeah, that'll do me, that'll be fine, thank you. Sorry, it's just that my internet's not working either, because I can't access the council's internet. Right, thank you. Right, okay, yeah, I've seen this.
Yes, sorry. So, as I said, at the moment on the western side of Ellesmere Road, there's no pedestrian facilities. But what we are proposing is an additional stretch of footway on either side of the access, up to from Hencote Lane, which is the Belmarth you can see at the top of the diagram, along Ellesmere Road, over the existing access to the vineyard. There would also be the access to the proposed development, round the corner, and then again a bit further down Ellesmere Road, and then again with another crossing there to connect into the existing footway on the eastern side.
Okay, so when you reference formal crossing point, it's literally just a drop curve, there's nothing
Yes.
to stop traffic coming along.
No, sorry, you may have, I may have misspoken, but I meant to say informal crossing point.
Yeah, okay. So dedicated pedestrian facility equates to informal crossing and the additional pavement
Yes,
on the western side.
yes.
Okay,
And the other thing to say, although it may not be incredibly clear in black and white, but the siting of that crossing over Ellesmere Road was informed by the visibility requirements. So that plan shows that suitable visibility is available in both directions for pedestrians to see oncoming traffic.
does it matter that they're elderly pedestrians at all?
Well, the design standards are quite robust and
So it takes into account older people crossing?
yeah, and it varies depending on the vehicle speeds, but again, these are compliant with that.
Okay, thank you. Some of these questions. Reference was made to the size of these buses, and nothing's in the UU about size either. So, what size are they likely to be? Surely you must have taken that into account when you worked out whether it's actually help or not.
So, give me 1 second, I'll just. The second schedule paragraph 6 says that that service will consist of 2 electric minibuses. We haven't specified, or it is not specified, the exact number of seats there. This is similar to those operations at their other schemes, and indeed is consistent with other schemes of this nature that I've been involved with.
You talk about, again, this relates to you. Obviously, quite fundamental to the scheme is that it's only going to have eligible occupiers living in it. However, an eligible occupier who is going to be old and infirm, and I think basically the argument, is it not, is that they won't be doing, they're old basically, so they're not going to be crude. So they're not going to be actually doing very much activity necessarily off site. However, they have dependents and spouses which are allowed to live on that site. And my understanding is even at the initial eligible occupant's death, they'll still be allowed to live on the site. So is there a sufficient tolerance in the figures that they've used to take into account these people, right? These other people, because it's not just the elderly and infirm who'll be living there, will it necessarily? I mean, it may be in reality that the majority of people who are living fall within those categories, but there is the potential that others could be living on that site.
Yeah, my understanding of the dependents is that could, there could be some what's the phrase?
But just there might be people who aren't old and infirm, basically. So the question is, have those been taken into account in your calculations?
Yes, because that is again common practice at schemes of this nature, and our calculations of trip generation for the close care and extra care aspects is based on a number of the operators' sites elsewhere, which operates almost identically.
Okay. Just as a matter of interest, will they have to pay for this bus, or is it all part and parcel of the
The usual way it's done is through
operation care package?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's fine.
It's not like you have to, get on and then pay £2 to.
Yeah, exactly. Also, in terms of the speed limit, reducing the speed, there's talk about the consultation. On the basis that one normally consults with the possibility of there being 2 answers rather than just what you want to happen, what would happen? I mean, is there any chance that it wouldn't come forward, this reduction in speed?
Well, obviously, I can't prejudge the outcome of that process. The safety of the scheme is not dependent upon the reduction in speed limit. We've got the visibility that's available is based on the existing speeds.
That's all I wanted to know. That's fine. All right. I don't have any more questions related to highway matters. So I appreciate your answers and thank you very much. Mr. Jeffcott,
You wish to ask a few questions, but I just wanted to clarify, you said that you were saying that the Northwest Road was nothing to do with it, and it hasn't been factored into any of your calculations.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jeffcott, I think it'd be helpful if you could perhaps borrow somebody's microphone just so that everyone can hear.
I just lost my phone, so.
What on that table for the parts?
Well,
I've got the one.
whatever makes Mr. Jeffcott comfortable.
Do I press this button, C10?
Right.
The bottom of the sofa. That's it.
Thanks. Right, am I audible?
Before you start, Mr. Jeffcott, just make sure that you ask questions rather than give evidence, because we've heard your statement this morning. Thank you.
Is it not the case that the planning site, which is being considered for inclusion in future local development plan, SHR 373, has been delayed because of the non-appearance of the Northwest Relief Road? So is it not also relevant to development of this scale that the non-appearance of Northwest Relief Road is a material consideration? My understanding from former Shropshire councillor and current town councillor Alex Phillips is that a provision was put into policy to inhibit developments larger than 10 houses prior to the construction or otherwise of the Northwest Relief Road. And that's one reason why Winnie Hill View has 9 or 10 houses in it and not more.
Sorry, is that a question?
I suppose it's a point. It's not the case that.
Yes. If you could just, I mean, if you've got a question, ask a question.
Well, the question is, can I also ask what infrastructure is envisaged exactly for the crossing that's being referred to? All I heard was a drop curb. Is that all? And is the new pavement envisaged to go all the way down the west side of Ellesmere Road from Hencote Lane as far as the bus stop next to Hencote Dairy, along all of that stretch? So, because part of that stretch, the side of Ellesmere Road is a steep embankment. There's the curb, and then the road falls or rises. So it needs to be specifically like. So I have to look at this. I'm not entirely clear looking at this how far the pavement on the west side of Ellesmere Road is envisaged. It looks to me like a short distance, then you have the crossing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the case.
So in other words, you have to cross Ellesmere Road twice if you're coming.
Yeah, but is that what's your question now, Mr. Jeffcott? I think you've got to be careful that you.
Okay.
I know it's difficult because you're a layperson, but what do you want to find out? And a different question which arose just now, I don't know if it's appropriate at the moment, but it was mentioned earlier. What is the intention?
Wonder if Mr. Rand might answer the last question, sorry. The idea is just answers following questions. Sorry to interrupt, man.
It might be helpful if I just respond on a couple of those points, if that's okay.
Yeah, yes.
So just quickly on the pedestrian footway, that the plan, and I'm aware that's, there's enough full context, but the plan shows a new footway effectively approximately extending to halfway between the existing access from the western side of Ellesmere Road and where the Yellow Hart Lane public right of way is on the eastern side. And just on the point about the residential allocation in the emerging local plan to the south. Obviously, I can't really particularly comment on how they've, on their transport assessment, but I did have a look at it because there's an application in for that, and they estimate that their development of 450 dwellings would generate 232 lyrical trips in the AM peak and 225 in the PM peak, which compares to the appeals scheme is estimated to generate a net 31 trips in the AM peak and 35 trips in the PM peak. So they are forecast to have an impact on the highway network of quite different scales.
Thanks for that clarification. I'm surprised. I do remain surprised that the figure that's predicted for in terms of traffic movements onto Ellesmere Road is so small. Another point that came up in the discussion earlier was what happens if there's a couple living in the accommodation, one in need and one in less need. Can it just be clarified what is the intention if, when that person dies, would their partner continue to live on site? As they, or would they be expected that in a short period of time they would be? I'll put it as a model assumption, I suppose.
That's something that we can discuss at the UU, but my understanding is we'll discuss it at the unilateral undertaking because we're straying into issues which are separate. But what Mr. Rand has said, sorry, what Mr. Rand has said is that the same provision is that the calculation of how many people would be using that site in terms of traffic flow is predicated on a similar scheme, which has got the same eligibility criteria. So in other words, the figures that this transport study has been undertaken on are, the evidence Mr. Rand's putting forward is robust in that respect.
What time period has been modelled into the use of this electric minibus, say, for a specimen journey from the site to the hospital and back? That's another question.
So the idea of the electric minibus and indeed consistent with other sites of this nature is that it responds to demand as and when it's required. Now, as the way it tends to work is that as schemes bed in and as they become operational, they tend to settle into a pattern of, I don't know, for example, well, it depends on the residents' needs really, but for example, it might be that there's a minibus goes to the supermarket on Tuesday, or I don't know, for a social outing on a Thursday, for example. And again, because such a minibus service operates at the existing site on which the trip generation is based, that should be accounted for within our analysis. Now, the specific timings may vary here and there. Clearly it's unreasonable to think that the minibus service at the appeal scheme would run identically to the minibus service of the existing scheme, but in general terms, it's going to be broadly similar. And just picking back up on the modelling results that we've got, which shows the maximum RFC of 0.19, there's a lot of spare capacity there. So at the end of the day, we're making predictions. You can never be 100% sure of a prediction, but there is sufficient, sufficient spare capacity within the modelling results that, if something turns out to be slightly different, it's not going to change the fundamental conclusion that there is sufficient capacity.
The only question or sub-question that I would ask about the deployment of the minibus is it sounds more like a taxi. It's on demand than a minibus. Maybe it's sort of merging between the two. But it is the nature of the usefulness of such a service will depend on whether most movement on and off site is linear or in different directions. And in Shrewsbury, you've got different places people might wish to travel to all over the place in different directions. You've got surgery, Seven Fields, you've got the hospital at the Royal Shrewsbury around the west side of town, where you have to go through the town centre or round the outside. Then you've got the Millbrace retail park, which is somewhere else, and you've got Tesco's major supermarkets in other directions. So you've got north, south, or southwest. You've got different movements, different directions. It's not a linear exercise necessarily. So the transport challenge will therefore be greater. And perhaps other, I don't know if examples being used from other similar developments elsewhere in a more linear fashion.
As I said, Mr. Jacob, keep them to, you keep your questions to questions. I know it's very tempting not to, but the question is to Mr. Durand is, has that been taken into account?
Yes, so we don't say that all resident trips would be via this minibus service. We have factored into our calculations, again, based on the existing operational site by the same operator, that a proportion of the vehicle trips will be associated with residents. So if some of the residents want to go somewhere that the minibus isn't going at that time, then that's factored into our calculations.
Mr. Jacob, if you don't have any more questions?
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like now to hear from the Balance College. Is it just Balance Ecology witness here today?
Yes, Mr. Wigglesworth is here. I don't know if you had any questions for the local highway authority witness. A friend offered
no, I mean, you've written a statement of common ground. Got it. It's fine.
Thank you very much indeed, then, Mr. Rand. Mr. Rand, if you'd like to go to the table, maybe worth keeping the table there.
Yeah, I'll wait for that.
Excellent. Mr. Wigglesworth.
Sorry, that's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Rand. Madam, I adopt exactly the same as before, but just an introduction and explanation of what the proposals are, and then hand Mr. Wigglesworth over. Any questions? Mr. Wigglesworth, from page 1 of your proof of evidence, are you Tom Wigglesworth? Are you a director and professional ecologist at the Environmental Dimension Partnership, which is an independent multidisciplinary environmental practice? Do you hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Environmental Biology from the University of Manchester and a Master's in Conservation from University College London? Do you tell us that you've over 2 decades worth of experience in the field of development issues and the implementation of ecological strategies? Do you tell us that you spent the early part of your career working at a conservation NGO, the Butterfly Conservation UK, before moving to be an ecological consultant in private practice, where you've been for the last 15 years. Do you tell us that you also hold a Natural England class licence for great crested newts?
Yes, that's correct.
You tell us about your appointment at the bottom of page 1, and at the very end of page 2, you tell us that your proof of evidence has been prepared in accordance with your professional code of conduct, and you confirm that it is your true and professional opinion, irrespective of by whom you are instructed.
Yes,
is that true?
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth, can you just tell the inquiry exactly what is proposed, what the effects might be, and how those effects are being mitigated, please?
Yes, so EDP, the company I'm a director of, has undertaken a detailed ecological impact assessment of the proposals. This includes a biodiversity net gain assessment. The ecological impact assessment considers potential impacts on all relevant ecological features, which broadly are grouped into the following categories: designated sites, which are subdivided into statutory and non-statutory designated sites, habitats, and then finally priority and protected species. In terms of the features of relevance to this proposal, which we've identified through a combination of desk-based and field-based survey work, the key features are, in terms of designated sites, we have the old riverbed Triple SI to the south east of the site. We have the which is a statutory designation, and we have the old riverbed local wildlife site, which is a non-statutory designation, which is largely to the south of the site, although the boundary does overlap with the appeal site in small areas. In terms of the relevant habitats, there are small extents of valuable habitat on the site, on the periphery of the site, but the majority of the site is made up of low value habitat. In terms of species, as you would expect, given there are low value habitats, there's a limited range of species present. Most notably, the presence of great crested newts as detected in a nearby but off-site pond. And in terms of the other European protected species, we've recorded bats foraging around the site. Impacts on these features. So our assessment concludes, once we've taken into account mitigation, that impacts on these features can be readily avoided or mitigated. And in the case of habitats and species, enhancement can be achieved through standard measures to be secured by a planning condition. And those key measures include the preparation and implementation of construction environmental management plan and a habitat management plan, and through detailed design measures, including the soft landscape proposals, the drainage scheme, particularly the SUDs, and the lighting design. In terms of the biodiversity net gain assessment, which is an objective assessment of the biodiversity value, both pre and post development, undertaken using a standard metric. This concludes for the slightly amended scheme, which we're obviously assessing as part of this appeal, that the scheme can achieve a net gain in habitat units. So just to clarify, habitat units are the sort of two-dimensional areas of habitat. We have a net gain of 13.83%. Obviously, these very precise figures are a production of the metric.
Charming ringtone.
It's very, very serene, isn't it? Yeah. And then the other form of biodiversity measurement that we undertake is hedgerow, which measures linear length, so a one-dimensional measurement of linear habitats. And from that, the assessment shows a 33.83% net gain by that measure. So just in terms of the net gains, these exceed both current and future requirements of policy and legislation, and can therefore be considered a significant benefit of the proposals. And there ends my brief summary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward.
Yes, thank you. I just have a few questions. The LWT.
LWS.
LWS indeed, yeah, not the local wildlife trust. The site.
Yeah.
That goes, well, it obviously divides the site into two. Because it sort of comes through, doesn't it?
So you're referring to
If
one
you
of my
look at your
plans,
plan,
Yeah. Pre-development habitat?
Yeah,
Yes. So that's correct. So if you look at the pre-development habitats, then you're right that it shows that the local wildlife site boundary protrudes into the site to the point where it essentially divides the application site in two.
Yeah.
However, what also that plan shows is that the habitats within that zone are of very low value, and if this local wildlife site was being assessed from scratch, that area of habitat would likely not be included in the boundary because it's amenity grassland, a road, and other generally low value habitat.
okay. I was going to then move on. My understanding is that the reason why it's a wildlife site is because of the actual soil. The peaty soil, is that right?
Yes. So the designation, yes, it's
So, if that's the case, I mean, it looks like there's some quite, obviously there are issues in terms of levels with the site. And I understand in terms of for the elderly and infirm, you have to have it at a certain, obviously you need to have it at a certain incline.
Yeah.
Therefore, there are going to be significant earthworks that are going to take place.
Yes. So
Has that been considered in terms of the impact on the
it has.
Fauna.
So
flora?
the extent of habitat loss within the local wildlife site and the site more generally is takes into account earthworks, ground levels changes that would be required, as you say, to actually build a flat enough development plateau, etc. I believe that area where there's a natural sort of almost a gully, I believe that is still going to be retained in that form. It's not going to be totally remodeled. There will be some, the assessment allows for the loss of habitat in that area during construction, and then obviously landscaping, post-development landscaping, so recreation of habitat in areas that are not developed, but they are still disturbed during construction, if that makes sense.
Yes, so I suppose my worry or concern that I wanted to consider was if you're not, I mean, obviously, if you've got some plants or whatever as a habitat, just on the surface, not the surface, but it's quite simplistic. If you just say, oh, we're taking that out, therefore that's lost.
Yes.
You're taking it out and you're taking out quite a significant amount of earth from, surely that will have an impact on the quality of the peat elsewhere.
Well, I think the first thing to say is that
or not as the case may be.
Well, my view is that the area of local wildlife site which actually comes into the development area is not characteristic of the local wildlife site at large. That's partly a sort of product of the topography, because it's the riverbed, the marshy, peaty land that's further down the slope, which actually still has that characteristic. It's possible that in the past that area was, when it was mapped, it was the other feature that's mentioned is unimproved pastures. So the citation for the local wildlife site is peat-filled old riverbed. This is on page 17 of my proof. And marsh and damp grassland and sedge flora with unimproved pastures. So the first set of habitat described there would not likely occur that far up the slope, because the water is not wet enough. The water's draining down slope. So we may historically at the point when that was mapped.
Don't worry about it, understand.
Okay, fine.
You've answered that question quite effectively.
Okay.
So it's the top of the hill, therefore it's not.
It's not going to be repeated.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the SUDs, again, is that going to likely to have any impact on the wildlife?
The SUDs themselves will potentially have a positive impact. There is currently no wetland habitat or open water within the appeal site. And therefore the creation of this attenuation basin, which has potential for either permanently wet or seasonally wet habitat within it, will create more opportunities for a range of species, invertebrates, amphibians. It's not inconceivable that the great crested newts, which we know occur in the wider area, may use it if it's wet enough during spring when they breed. It's not being put there specifically for that purpose, but there is certainly a biodiversity gain to be had from the SUDs.
Thank you very much. I haven't got any further questions. Mr. Jeffcott, did you want to ask anything about ecology or not?
Yeah, the only question that I would ask is, it's a technical expertise is greater than mine, but what is the distance between the wetland habitat in the local nature reserve below the site to the part of the site where the development is situated? Because although on the site there isn't wetland, but my understanding is that the river, the bed of the river, where the river was below the site, is a wetland habitat. That's where the newts are, and the trees nearby. It is very, very close, even if it's not part of the site. It is extremely close. And the other point, I suppose, about the drainage is that my understanding is that the drainage works to service all buildings, etc., will require very extreme reconstruction of the sites to the sewers, etc., to run uphill and then down underneath Ellesmere Road. And what are the procedures? Are you satisfied with the procedures in place to prevent outfall in the event of floods and all the rest of it are satisfactory, if that's relevant?
So to answer the first question, it's not possible to give a precise measurement between the development site and the wetland habitat because there's a gradient down the slope, getting increasingly wet. So there isn't a specific point where you say this is where it gets wet, this is where it's dry. It's a continuum up the slope. But you are correct in saying that there is valuable local wildlife site habitat just to the south of the appeal site, and therefore that is why there's a proposal to have a construction environmental management plan to ensure that development activity doesn't stray beyond the boundary into those sensitive habitats. And there are other standard measures that would be used to control pollution, to ensure there's no waterborne or airborne pollutants, excessive runoff of those pollutants during construction. There are a number of standard measures that can be put into place. In terms of the re-engineering for drainage, the point in terms of foul sewage water, that's not going to discharge into the local wildlife site. That'll be piped to the nearest sewage treatment works. So there's no, it's a sealed system, as far as I understand. There's no risk of sewage getting into the system that way. And in terms of surface water, which is what we were talking about, the SUDS, that's what we call the SUDS, Sustainable Urban Drainage System. What that does is it all the surface water from the site will collect in this attenuation basin. That's primarily a sort of flood risk management tool. But what it also does is it the process of getting in that sort of settlement basin is it then means that when the water is discharged into the natural system, it has the sort of pollutants have been stripped out of it, so that the water quality leaving the site is the same, if not better than it currently is, because part of the site is currently in agricultural use. So there's a chance that there'll be fertilizers and other chemicals being applied to the soil, but obviously those will not be applied once post-development. And the as I say, the SUDS system runs the surface water through a sort of filtration mechanism, so that by the time it leaves the site and possibly outfalls into the nearby watercourse, it's actually the water quality has been improved.
And that's in terms of the normal situation. What's the arrangements for it in a storm surge? Bagley Brook, which is on the east side of Ellesmere Road, there is an outfall in the Greenfields area near the sampling station, Castle Foregate. And normally, of course, it doesn't do anything. But when the brook is high, as in the floods last year, that the sewage outfall there was pumping sewage away into Bagley Brook for many hours. And is there no possibility of this happening on the north side of Ellesmere Road, given the increased loading on that?
Yeah. Sort of straying beyond my remit to
Yeah,
talk about the sort
yeah.
of flood and drainage. I mean, what I would say about what I know about the surface water situation is that there's no more rain going to fall on the site as a result of the development. It's making sure it doesn't run off the site any quicker than it currently does. That's what the SUDS basin's there to do. So.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Wigglesworth.
Thank you. I think we should have just, I'm not gonna formally adjourn, but I think we should perhaps have 5 minutes to sort out our papers for the landscape.
Ms. Bishop to come forward, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you
Okay,
very
so
much.
if we could, so I say I'm not formally adjourning, but say 5 minutes, so 47.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you.
Like a look at that family to go gently through. And then I've got a few questions.
Thank you very much, madam. Apologies for being a minute late. The clock outside was running about 2 minutes behind. Can I introduce my next witness? Are you Ruth Bishop? Are you a chartered landscape architect and an urban design group recognised practitioner? Do you have a Bachelor of Science degree in geography from the University of London, the LSE, and a diploma and Master of Arts with merit in landscape architecture from the University of Sheffield, and a Master of Arts with distinction in urban design from the University of Westminster?
Correct, I do.
It's been a student for ages. Do you tell us that you have over 25 years of experience in relation to the area of landscape and design, for the past 16 years working as an associate director of Savills Urban Design Studio? Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think at 1.1.6, do you tell us that the evidence that you prepared in your proof of evidence is true and has been prepared in accordance with your profession's code of practice, irrespective of by whom you are instructed?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much. You'll need to turn your microphone on.
Yeah, how do I do that?
Just press the button on the right.
Once the red light's on, then you're audible.
On there, thank you very much.
So just to confirm, that was yes to all my previous
That's
questions.
yes to all the questions, yes.
Thank you very much. So as with the previous couple of witnesses, could you just identify what's proposed in relation to the project and what mitigation is proposed to be brought forward?
So in terms of what's proposed for the project, I think you're probably familiar with the proposals for a series of 1 to 3 story units throughout the site, and then up to a 4-story care home off the Ellesmere Road. In terms of the landscape side of things, and in terms of mitigation in particular, obviously we've had to take a very sensitive and careful approach to the design of the buildings and the layout within the site, and how that respects the topography and landform. As we have discussed already, the land does slope down towards the riverbed to the south, and in accepting that sensitivity and constraint is also an opportunity in terms of how the architecture of the site is being designed to step down with the topography rather than maximising cut and fill and earth forms and so on. So that means a lot of the buildings within the site have maybe 1 story at the top where people go in, and then they step down within it to step down the hill. So in terms of the wider urban design and master planning of the site, it has been designed to respect the landform of the site. As we've already just discussed, in terms of drainage within the site, that also respects the landform, and for example has this large subbasin towards the bottom of the hillside as well, which sits within the hill, and it also has a dual function of providing drainage and opportunities for wildlife conservation and biodiversity enhancements and so on. In terms of the garden spaces within the site, they would be, I mean, obviously it's an outline application and this would be subject to reserve matters, but a lot of the illustrative and indicative material we've been producing to date has focused on how we can enhance the setting of these residences, both for the people that will be living there and to conserve the character and distinctiveness of the adjacent area at the moment. So there'll be a big focus on native species, for example, the use of native hedgerows, native tree planting, native meadows throughout the site. And then where we do have more ornamental gardens around the houses, for example, they could be kind of cottage garden in style, and again using herbaceous plants, plants that are beneficial for pollinators, and sort of creating an area that's attractive for people to sit in, but also of high wildlife conservation value. To the north of the site, within the blue line, but outside of the red line, we have the area proposed for the orchard, which is just to the south of Hencote Lane, just near the site entrance. So it's quite a substantial area there, about 1/2 hectare that we're proposing for an orchard. And again, that could use traditional varieties of fruits, such as pears, for example. And orchards are particularly mentioned in the national character area, in which the
the site sits as being a traditional landscape typology within this part of Shropshire and the wider area. So we're very keen to use this as an opportunity to provide more landscape typologies than are actually on the site at the moment. In terms of visual mitigation, the landscape obviously has an important role, especially along the Ellesmere Road, where we've obviously discussed about the potential views in from the east. So there'll be a commitment to some very advanced nursery stock there, for example, where we can put in trees that are extra heavy standards, for example, to make sure that there's a very early mitigation on views within the site. Summarises the
Okay. Thank you. I've got a few. Thank you. Sorry. You didn't wave at the back. You should have done. Thank you. Right, just some few basics. I understand that you've undertaken in your table, you talk about winter impact, but it was slightly disappointing that there weren't any photo montages in winter. I don't think there are there?
We had in the original landscape and visual appraisal that we did when we did a wire line, we did some wire frames that were using winter photographs.
I mean, if there are, that's fine. I mean, I know in
I think it's Appendix 3. I'll just remind myself. Yes, our original two, because we did several landscape and visual appraisals. So the first two we did in December 2021 and then January 2022.
I've been concentrating on the October.
Yeah. So you wouldn't have seen them if that's the case.
Yeah.
So the original two, which the council requested that we did some wireframe views, one of which would be from Ellesmere Road. So if you do have time to look back at the December and the January LVIAs, in Appendix 3, we did commission some specialist wireframe photo montages. Actually there. Yeah. So there's one from the Ellesmere Road, and we do use the winter photography there. Those aren't photo montages in the sense that they have all of the building design, because at that stage we haven't gone that far, but yes, so it does use winter photographs.
In terms, you discussed the land levels and how obviously the topography of it would be. The scheme is that it will respond to the topography and would have sort of single story level, and it then sort of fall downhill. It's straying into conditions, but I was wondering whether, in your professional opinion, do you think there should be some kind of condition relating to land levels? Because that's quite often you have to find that in an outline, that there would be saying, you know, that where the ground levels would be agreed prior to.
I know, I presume that would. This might be going a bit beyond my expertise really, but I think it'd be such an integral part of the building design that you would want to.
It's obviously quite significant, isn't it, where the ground level is?
Yes.
How that thing is designed. So I'm just sort of talking there, isn't it? There's the relationship between the proposed site and Gloucester Shrewsbury's built form. I know that lots of representatives have said that there's a wonderful view over into Shrewsbury, etc. But would you say that the site is adjacent to Shrewsbury, or would you say it was defined as a countryside location at the moment?
When you say Shrewsbury, you're talking about the town centre?
About the urban built form.
I think it's very much part of the Ellesmere Road corridor. As you'll see when you go on site, you know, immediately across, you've got the Ellesmere Road immediately adjacent to it, and then adjacent to that, you've got the suburbs of Herringate and so on. I think it forms an integral visual part of the suburbs of that corridor of Shrewsbury. In terms of its connectivity with the town centre, there's obviously a gap where you have this proposed allocation, which may or may not have more housing in the future to the south. So I'd say the character of the sorry, I'm not making myself clear because it's not cut and dry, but the character of the site itself isn't rural. It's maybe you'd say semi-rural. Obviously it has open areas, but then it has the quite highly developed access road, which has curbs and CCTV columns and so on. You've got a telephone mast to the north of Hencote Lane. You've obviously got the glamping units, which are quite permanent structures. And then obviously you've got the industrial unit of the winery and the restaurant. So there are lots of elements within the site that mean it doesn't feel totally rural. But at the same time, yes, it's not a suburb in its own right, but it's an urban fringe kind of feel to it, I think you'd say.
Do you know it's substantively different from the development to the right of to the east of Elmsford Road?
It is different, yes, because obviously to the east of Ellesmere Road, Ellesmere Road, you've got the recreation ground, and then you've got residential housing. But there is this visual interconnectivity just there at the site entrance.
This morning, Mr. Tucker was making great play of the fact that the footpath. I mean, I walked there yesterday, so it's I've seen it, I know where it is, etc. That the footpath should actually sort of go north.
Yes.
And then you sort of sweep across the field,
yes.
And then you come back.
Yeah.
The fact that the footpath would be further north, does that actually make any substantive difference in terms of the views that could be afforded?
Yes, that definitely, yeah, because there's another hedgerow to the south, or well, to the north of Hencote Lane, one part of it, and then obviously what should be the footpath is then to the north of that. So you would have this extra bit of hedgerow to the south of you if you were going to the north, if you see what I mean.
So you'd say that there's a substantial difference because of the distance between
the
footpath.
You'd have two
hedgerows. You've got two hedgerows rather
than
the one. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Both yourself and the council obviously agree on your landscape impact assessment and the impacts 15 years on. Do you think the fact that there is a local, what significance do you put to the fact that the impact is localised? The moderate adverse would be localised in winter. What weight should I put to the fact that it's just a local area rather than a wider area?
Oh, I personally, I think a great deal of weight, because it literally is, well, you'll see it for yourself, but it's, when you're driving up Ellesmere Road, it's a very short stretch where you do actually see the site. And then when you're very close to the site, obviously it is just really the recreation ground. And I think it's also bearing in mind the sensitivity of the visual receptors that are actually seeing it. Obviously the recreation ground, we've sort of said then that maybe medium sensitivity because they are there for recreation, but then they might be focusing on the play equipment, for example. Whereas people driving past, you kind of go on, you kind of drive past really quickly and you're seeing it for a split second almost. And obviously users of roads are considered to be lower sensitivity when you're using the GLBIA guidelines anyway. So that is very significant.
there's a footpath, isn't there, that comes down from Ashfield Road,
Yes,
that
yes,
goes down, and
yes.
that affords a view. of-
Very narrow. It's in the landscape and visual appraisal at view 2. And it's almost like a sunken lane, with very high hedgerows each side, but it does focus towards the site. But before that, you've got Ellesmere Road, and then an existing very mature hedgerow with big trees. Before you then look into the site, so you can hardly see the site really, especially in the summer. So you see that on view 2 of the LVIA.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bishop. I don't think I've got any questions. Mr. Jeffcott, do you want to ask anything about landscape? The applicants will be looking for their jobs. Yes.
Thank you.
By the time you're done.
I'm learning by the minute.
First question I would ask is why or what basis the viewpoints that have been used for elevations have been chosen, because there are no viewpoints on the Hencote Lane itself, which is where the greatest view, if you like, of the over the site of the town is at its greatest extent. The viewpoints seem almost calculated to be at points where there isn't a view over the site, rather than those where there is a view over the site. Winnie Hill View, which is a road named after the hill at the centre of the development, obviously has a view of the hill, as that's its name. So plainly that is relevant. Although there are discussions about views from the east of the site, but none from the south, when clearly the south of the site, the views from to and from the south of the site are relevant. Can you explain?
Sorry, that's your question, isn't it?
That's my first question.
If your first
Yeah,
question
viewpoints
is, how
selection.
were the viewpoints established?
Well, as part of the methodology, I did.
Just off the check.
Sorry. As part of the methodology, I did obviously walk and drive around a much wider area than all of the viewpoints that we would eventually choose, to try and pick some representative viewpoints. Obviously, we couldn't do every single one, but we certainly tried to make sure that they were representative. So some of those were quite distant, right down to Shrewsbury Town Centre, and then further north and west and east, and obviously also along Hencote Lane. And we did actually pick quite a few from Hencote Lane. I'm just looking back now to remind myself of the numbers, but we did actually definitely have some, especially in the additional LVIA drawings that I produced, where we went back and did summer views as well. So we made sure, originally we just did winter views, and then we went back and did the summer versions of them as well. And I'm just looking, sorry, to remind myself of the numbers, but there are quite a few that were actually along Hencote Lane, because I quite agree, obviously it's an important route to consider.
Between the Ellesmere Road entrance and the White House in particular, that rising area where the road rises up at the site bend to the right, and particularly on the upper section there, which is the right of way where people walk frequently to exercise leisure and the amenity value of the site. That is where the most striking views are, which by any definition are unusually beautiful and of value.
Mr. Jeffcott, it would really help me if Ms. Bishop could find those views that she's done, because she has done them. And I think they're the ABCD. EFG thing, aren't they?
Those ones are actually on this within the site itself. Sorry, that's. Is that the ones you were?
Yeah, if you can find one.
Is that the ones you were thinking of, the A, Bs and Cs?
Yeah.
Those are within the site itself. Perhaps it might just pay to go through the additional LVIA drawings. I don't know if you've got these printed out that I submitted. Document J.9A. 0.3.1.
So it's J.98.3.1.
Got that. So view one is at the very eastern end of Hencote Lane.
Sorry, Mum, we're just going to find a copy for the witness, because I think it'd probably be fair if we're all looking at the same.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very nice.
Do you have this, Mr. Yeah, so view one is at the eastern end of Hencote Lane, looking towards the side. So you can see how the embankment kind of on the eastern side of Ellesmere Road there provides a good deal of screening, and that there's an existing hedgerow which also does provide some screening. But that would be supplemented obviously with additional planting in that direction. So that's the first one from.
Yeah, it looks as if that particular view, if you move literally 20 feet, 30 feet further south, obviously the cut-in isn't there anymore, and you've got the hill on your right. You can't escape it. I mean, it's a wide-angle lens photo, so it tends to suppress verticals, but it is a very obvious vertical feature. And as I say, viewpoint one, you really need 2 and 3 at different points up Hencote Lane before you get to the White House. It's absolutely crucial. That is where the view is.
The reason for doing view one was to sort of look how far north it is. So that was kind of looking at a northern view back to the site. So it was looking really at how far north we had to walk before the site kind of almost disappeared from view. So viewpoint one is really showing that from the north you have to be quite close to the site before you actually get a view of it, really. So that was the purpose of choosing viewpoint one, because as you go further up to the north along Ellesmere Road, the embankment in the front sort of stops that view there. So that was the rationale for that viewpoint. Going back to the frontage of the site, whilst we didn't do lots and lots of viewpoints all along the site frontage and all along Hencote Lane, we did pick a few to be representative. So view 3 is then probably representative of the Ellesmere Road frontage, which is taken from the recreation ground. So we've got a summer and a winter view of view 3 there, which does show that's part of the site in its entirety. 4 is then also taken from the Ellesmere Road, but a bit further down. So obviously we're trying to get a series looking down there, looking back up. So again, in the winter, you can see that there are glimpses through to the site from the southern part of the site at Ellesmere Road. But then the summer version, you can see how the vegetation screens that. That's view 4. Just carry on to find the others. Then view 11 is from Hencote Lane. And that's the westernmost part of the public right of way, view 11. Before the footpath then should turn north into the fields. So again, we've got a summer and a winter view of view 11. And then view 12, we have a series of views looking back along Hencote Lane, looking eastwards, again in the summer and in the winter. That's view 12, 11, 12. View 12, sorry, view 13 is very close to the White House. And then view 14 is probably where you're thinking of, perhaps, which is closest to the orchard part of the site along Hencote Lane, which is looking back towards the housing next to Ashley Recreation Ground. So view 14 is also from Hencote Lane. So we have got a series.
View 14 is taken from the middle of the road rather than from side to the right, where you can actually see very clearly the view of Shrewsbury in the distance. Above the estate where I live, where Herongate, you can see many houses from Herongate. It is a view. The angle of this shot, this view is to the east. You're not looking to the south. The view that's relevant from this location is to the south, not just to the east.
At the time of the site visit, when I was looking south, I was just looking straight at the hedge, because the hedge was taller than me. So there was nothing to actually take a photograph of. It might be different tomorrow, because I noticed that the hedge has been trimmed a bit, but that's why I didn't take a view to the south, because it literally would have been just looking into it.
This photograph, which is the cover photo on my Twitter account, is taken from that location looking south in May, and it is a beautiful, spectacular view. And the development will be directly in front. In here, this green space here, that is where the nursing home and all the rest of it, that's where it's going. That is a view, and as you can see beyond it, you've got houses, you've got sky, you've got the town centre, you've got the spires, you can see the schools, it's all there. So therefore, people in those locations can see the development, and it's relevant.
Yes, Mr. Chevcott, Will, the question was why were the views undertaken? And Mr. Bishop was explaining why. Whether they're right or wrong, it's a moot point, and that's one that is potentially for me to determine. But I'm certainly going to be on the site visit tomorrow anyway. Yeah. But that was your question, was why they were undertaken, and Mr. Bishop has answered.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if it's relevant to raise it now, but is it not the case that the views from and to the site were relevant considerations in a previous planning decision taken by the council when it came to extending the number of glamping units on the site, and that 2 sections of glamping units on either side of the White House were removed because of the visual impact, and that the Shropshire Council would not be given permission unless those removals were taken. And that clearly indicates that the visual impact is relevant. Is it not the case that that happened?
Is that in Ms. Bishop's evidence?
If it's not, then I'll raise it at a later point.
Well, we're asking about Ms. Bishop's evidence. We're not giving evidence.
Well,
I know it's difficult to differentiate it, but it's about what's in her evidence and questions on that evidence. So
I didn't cover that. No, so.
Any other questions on her landscape evidence?
Again, it's what is regarded in terms of the elevation from where the viewer is. Is there a particular angle of attack, as it were, before you decide that that the view is of note? Is it to do with where the skyline is relative to the viewer, or is it more? Is there a mathematical element to it?
The photographs are all taken in line with the Landscape Institute technical guidance, which means they're taken with a digital camera with a 50mm sensor and lens. So they are taken to replicate the human eye. We have sort of added adjacent ones to make them a panorama, just to give more of an indication of perhaps what it might look like as your eye turns round. But the ones that we submitted with the planning appeal documents are actually printable. If you print them at A2 and hold them up in front of you, they've been specially designed so that they will appear at the size that the view would look like as you're looking at it. So we've tried our best to make them as accurate as possible.
Can you explain why Winnie Hill View was not chosen as a location for a viewpoint, or Ellesmere Road in that direction? Because my impression as a resident is that you can see the site very clearly as you descend Ellesmere Road heading north before the dip.
Well, from Winnie Hill itself is within the site, and we don't focus on private views when you're undertaking a landscape and visual appraisal, because it's looking at the impacts on the public in particular. And obviously, if that's a private view, that's not something we would be covering.
Well, Ellesmere Road past the entrance.
Ellesmere Road, as we said, I think we felt that the one view one was close in that it showed the entrance to the site and the view through to Shrewsbury.
Viewpoint 4 is at the bottom of the dip, if you like, but the site is very clearly visible between a point to the south of the entrance to Winnie Hill View and viewpoint 4, all the way along Ellesmere Road. As you approach the site, you can see it, and you can see the skyline generally across to the west.
I think there's a glimpse, isn't there? I think
I describe it as more. It's bigger than a glimpse.
Mr. Jeff, I will look at these views tomorrow, and I'm sure nobody would mind if you were to say, Inspector, look at this view. If you say, Inspector, look at this view, I'll look at the view. You won't be giving me evidence, but I will look at the view because I'll be walking.
If I confirm, Madam, absolutely, that's what I would expect on site, the point and shoot, but no detail. And these are intended to be representative viewpoints, not comprehensive viewpoints. Otherwise, we'd have the room full of photos.
Yeah, and indeed the councils, whether one agrees with the council's landscape person or not, these views will actually agreed with the council's landscape witness, landscape expert. So that's, I suppose, why those views were undertaken. But I'd say I'll be looking at the views when I've been out on site already, and I'll be out on site again. And you're going to be accompanying me amongst others, so I'll have that opportunity to be viewing them. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Jeff.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bishop. Thank you, Madam.
For those of you who know what actually happened straight after lunch, I said that we would do these 3 topics and then we would have a break and then we would be taking. So I would like to break till 4. I hope that's okay for everyone else. So I'll adjourn now and we'll return at 4 and we'll be looking at the unilateral undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Just got to check
inquiry in planning bill related to land on Elston Road, Hencote, Shrewsbury, Shropshire. Before we get involved in the UU activity, Mr. Jeff Scott still here. Thanks. I'd asked Mr. Tucker if he could liaise with his clients about the site visit.
Yes.
Have you been able to do that?
Yes, I've liaised with my clients, also spoke to my learned friend. I understand Mrs. Marjoram has also had a conversation with Mr. Jepcott. What we'd intended was that there will be one car which would collect you from here and would collect, I think it's Mr. Hall from the authority, and would also have Mr. Shaw in it, so that you'd have somebody from both sides to go up to the meeting point, as it were. And Mrs. Marjoram suggested meeting Mr. Jepcott here. Mr. Jepcott wasn't keen on that because he wants to point things out on the journey. The difficulty with that is that, unfortunately, unless all the members of the site visit are in the same location, that they would, you couldn't really do it from the car, involving only part of the people on the site visit. So you'd have to stop the car and point anyway. So that was our suggestion, that there'd be two vehicles to take you to whatever point that you want. Mr. Jepcott, I think, wants to address you on that.
Mr. Jeffcott?
I was really anxious to make sure I was in a position to draw your attention to the views of the site from different directions, and approaching the site from the town centre along Ellesmere Road is one relevant consideration. You can see the site ahead of you on the skyline. And I was anxious to make sure that you were aware of that, so that's why I particularly wanted to accompany you at that point, if you like. I can appreciate that there are logistical difficulties, etc., but I would like to be there to draw your attention at relevant points. But
it might be easier if you just were to tell me where it is exactly, put that in writing, and then I will endeavour to ensure that I look at it whilst I'm here this week. I think that might be the easiest way, otherwise it's going to get a little.
It's from Ellesmere Road in particular.
Well, if you just find, I'm sure someone in the council will be able to facilitate you putting a point on a map, and I will then look at that point on a map and ensure that I go there. I know traditionally it would be, I have to be okay by the appellant, but I'm sure if you have let the appellant have sight of it before I had it, that would be fine. Because that saves the logistic issues. Okay.
We'll do that.
Okay. So am I right that I'm being collected at 9:30, probably just outside the main entrance? I'll tootle off with you, with Mr. Shaw and Mr. Hall.
Yes.
I'll meet you wherever we're going to be met, and the site visit will take place formally from there.
Well, Mr. Shaw will arrive here, will be in reception at 9:30 to take you and Mr. Hall. I'm sure that we could make arrangements to stop on Ellesmere Road, and I think Mr. Shaw's suggesting that there should be a couple of stops anyway, and if we liaise with Mr. Jekyll as to where those should be, those in car 2 can stop, come out and point at whatever they wish to point at.
If that could be done before that, obviously would be the most efficient use of time.
Mr. Jacob.
From here.
Yeah.
Could do from here in car 2.
In car 2?
Yeah, at the plan.
Yes,
Mr. Jeff got know that.
I think he does now.
I'm not sure he does.
So the offer is for Mr. Jekyll.
To annotate a map which is being printed off.
Okay. I mean, but I think the theory is now that perhaps you would come in a separate car, we all would stop together. That was the plan.
Yes.
If that's possible for you, Mr. Jeffcott, to get here at 9:30 tomorrow, and then we'll go in a convoy. Okay. Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you very much, everybody, for facilitating that. That's very helpful.
Thank you, madam.
Now I'd like to look at the unilateral undertaking, which is a legal agreement, which, as I said earlier, because I'm going through things like the unilateral undertaking and the conditions, doesn't necessarily mean that I consider that I would be allowing the appeal. It's to ensure that everything's correct if needs be. I'm aware that an email was sent from the appellant talking about changing paragraph 612 in unilateral undertaking, which would mean that all aspects of the UU you'd originally had that I could not take them, well, not take them account, but it was up to me to be able to say that they shouldn't be in UU. That's now been amended to mean that the affordable housing would be there come what may. That's correct. Just wanted to clarify that that was what had happened.
That's right, madam. That doesn't preclude you, of course, from considering whether it's
Exactly.
reason.
Yes.
But it would just mean that if whatever your conclusions were on that, if the appeal was allowed and the application was then implemented, it will be enforceable even if you hadn't taken it into account.
Exactly.
But it was requested of us, and we're happy to do that.
Okay. So that's okay. Right. Can we just go through the UU page by page? I'll just make various comments or draw things to your attention. And obviously, be grateful if you could respond. First of all, obviously it's not been signed or anything, but that's going to take place at the end of the inquiry. I'm willing to give you a week. I don't know why a fortnight was bandied about. I said in my CMC some time, but I like the way that some time equated to a fortnight. That was quite smooth.
I'm not sure where that came from either, but a week should be satisfactory. Sorry, Miss Marjorie.
Perhaps if I could assist you, Madam. The unilateral undertaking will require the signature of AIB Group, the bank. Their signing processes are not the fastest. I had mooted whether I might be able to use DocuSign with them, but they're unauthorised for DocuSign, so they will have to be wet ink signatures from the bank and from our appellant client. So I had asked for 2 weeks just to be sure of obtaining the signatures within that time. I do anticipate, however, and my client will no doubt chase me to do it as quickly as I possibly can. So it might be that it would be back with you within a matter of days. I just didn't want to miss a deadline if I struggled to get the signature from the bank as quickly as I'd like to have it.
Okay, I understand that. I mean, obviously the Rosewell target is quite tight, so I would really encourage you to be very
speedy.
Chewy, that's the word.
Yeah.
Okay. Introductions, paragraph 5. That struck me as quite a weak phrasing. The parties have agreed to enter the state of detention. The obligations in the state may be enforced by the council against the landowner and respecting successors entitled. Doesn't give much comfort that it would be.
Madam, if it assists you, I'll answer any questions that you have as we move through the document. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
The use of the word may is commonplace for unilateral undertakings because of the fact that it is a unilateral undertaking. It does what it says on the tin. It's a one-sided document. Therefore, we're not entitled to impose obligations upon the council, and that leads to the use of may in these documents commonly rather than shall.
Okay, so
If it's a matter of more of language, sorry, if it's a matter of language so one is removing the weakness, we might muse about are enforceable. So the obligations are enforceable by the council, which is the same meaning, but looking at it as a little stronger in terms of the wording.
Yeah, and the intention that it just seems.
Yeah.
I appreciate it's a UU, but it just reads a little as if there's lots of wriggle room.
I think I'd be happy to change it.
Yeah, okay, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to the affordable housing contribution. I'm not going to go into whether, I'm not going to challenge you on whether it's not doing that yet. I'm just going through the wording. Talks the improvement of affordable housing in Shropshire. In my mind, it's quite vague, isn't it? Off-site improvement of affordable housing in Shropshire. Where in Shropshire? How long for? Does the council have anything they want to comment?
Well, first of all, have you heard me say briefly in opening this morning, it's intended that it's to be used either to wholly to deliver a small amount of affordable houses or to lever a larger amount of affordable housing.
Yeah.
The chances are that it will be in and around Shrewsbury. But if the contribution is used to lever more than one site, then one of them may be within the administrative area of Shropshire Council. So there is not a specific scheme identified at this point, not least because it wouldn't come due, but the payment wouldn't become due until first occupation and 50% occupation, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Can we just part of that on
But-
the basis until
but we don't know precisely when that would be, and therefore we can't say precisely what affordable housing scheme the money might go to.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I think, can we just park my concerns about potential vagueness of it, so that when we talk about the Reg 122 element,
Right.
it can be sort of have it in the back of your head.
Okay.
That I have a query in relation to that. Thank you.
Madam, so I understand, so I can take instructions in relation to it. I think our interpretation is exactly the same as Mr. Richards, but thinking out loud, as it were, your concern is that the area of Shropshire is a large geographical area when assessing where the contribution might be spent, when assessing a Reg 122 assessment, whereas Shrewsbury is more directly related to the proposed development. We'll muse upon that as to whether or not it would be appropriate to consider, if you will, an internal cascade, but we'll muse upon that behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Shropshire's a unitary authority of a county rather than if it was just a
Absolutely.
local borough where it'd be
But spending in Shifnal may not therefore give rise to care workers in Shrewsbury. I can understand that.
Yeah, thank you.
So a cascade approach may be the way around that.
Okay. Plus shelter contribution. It's just a question of a missing 1,000. Because if you look in your SIL compliance statement, and I may be totally embarrassed by this, but I'm willing to be totally embarrassed. You have £2,500 per improvement to the bus shelter, I believe, times 2 was 500 times 2. So I worked that out as 8,000. Sorry, 9,000. And then you've got £1,000. I may be wrong.
Can we check on that and revert back?
Yeah, we
Thank you.
Okay. Can I look at the commencement of development, bottom of page 5? I'd be interested to know why commencement of development is different here than normal definition.
Do you mean the works which are carved out?
Yes, you talk
Yeah.
about provided that any works.
Is it the fact that any works are carved out, madam, or is it any of those carve outs in particular?
Were there any works really? I'm just wondering what the motivation was to.
Again, very common with section 106 deeds to see this, and it allows for early site works to be done before section 106 liability incepts. So it's a way of doing things at the site which don't create the impact that requires the mitigation, but don't trigger section 106 liability quite so early. It can be quite useful for the development industry, but if you felt strongly that it was inappropriate here for any reason, we'd be willing to consider that. It's very much a standard clause. I think this actually comes from the council's standard template, section 106.
Just thinking in terms of BNG and all that malarkey, you know, that well-known planter, it seems that you've got. Yeah, okay, I'll if you can consider it, and I'll consider it, because we're having another session, aren't we, on this? So. Just another brief one on development, middle of page 6. Talk about you've said it obviously in the title of the development, you know, the application. There's all these amenities, buildings, etc., etc., etc. I just wondered where the energy centre, because in your planning statement you talk about there's going to be an energy centre, some such thing, and I just wondered whether that would fall out of this.
Is this the description of the development that you're querying, madam?
Well, yes, but I'm also wondering where you think the energy centre would ever be called.
Paul, should I come?
Yes, please.
Madam, it's not being specified in terms of exactly where it would be, because it needs to serve quite a wide development area, and so it can take one of a number of forms. It was shown in a position on the illustrative layout, but we felt it was necessary to resolve that if we go through reserve matters.
Yeah, but is it something that you consider is necessary for the development? I mean, is it something that should be put in the UU as the fact you're actually going to provide it?
Should it be listed?
It wasn't, well.
It wasn't listed in your description of development, but it seems sort of auxiliary to it, I'm sure.
It was referred to as one of our sustainability measures.
Yes, but in allowing, you know, it's obviously a benefit, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm concerned that it might get lost.
I don't think we have a problem, madam, it being included.
Yeah, if you could think about how to.
Okay.
And can I just check, madam, is that not just the inclusion within the development, but to ensure delivery of it?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Understood.
Okay. It's getting to eligible occupier. So an eligible occupier shall include the spouse and partner and dependent of such person, including where such persons survive, that's the eligible occupier. That's correct, isn't it? Is that what you're proposing, that it's dependents? Because in some places it refers to, some parts of your document you refer to dependents, and some places you just refer to spouse.
Madam, you were kind enough to give us some advance warning of this point through council. I think that you might be right. So there's two issues, I suppose. First of all, whether you're comfortable with dependents being listed there, because
What, they could live forever, couldn't? I mean, you could not live forever. That was amazing. The Shrewsbury water is amazing, but no, but I mean, it could be a long time, couldn't it?
Yeah. So obviously, if I take you to the second schedule, page 15, part 2, paragraph 2, down at the bottom of the page, the landowner shall not cause or permit occupation of the close care units or the extra care units other than by an eligible occupier. So it was, it's important, for example, life care residences tell us to make sure that a live-in carer is still allowed to occupy, for example, under their provisions. So the definition of dependent, I suppose, was intended to deal with a variety of circumstances. You might, I suppose, have residents who move in with perhaps elderly dependent children, for example. You might also have live-in carers. So I wonder if it might be better if the paragraph 2 there at the bottom of page 15 actually just sets out who is entitled to live in the scheme. So it would be eligible occupiers, spouses, partners, and live-in carers.
What about a living carer?
Apparently this is quite common with extra care. This is something that they do experience.
I think I'd like you to be consistent, but I'd also like to ensure that it's not, I mean, because this is people buy the property, don't they? And that's the fundamental difference between this type of scheme and the ones which are the traditional ones where people buy them, they come in and rent, don't they?
Yes.
The McCarthy and Stone model, I mean, not the McCarthy and Stone model, but, where people are renting something. And I'm slightly concerned that if you have all these various exceptions, that in reality,
It's a point that we've reflected upon during the course of the day in discussion with the likely occupier. It's certainly not the intention, because it would be contrary to the community ethos to have essentially families on the site. This would be very much the typical resident is 82 years old.
Yeah.
The only real circumstance in which family members would tend to be on site would be in circumstances where they were providing living care. Now, that's a matter that we'll reflect upon behind the scenes as to whether or not that's something that would essentially be a dispensation from the authority on a case-by-case basis, because it's almost inconceivable if it was the most occasional thing to happen, and that the authority would then seek by injunction to kick out a living carer or somebody who's heading towards end-of-life care or anything of that nature. What we were more focused upon was the possibility of the caveat at the bottom of page 6, namely that one has a spouse who is less than 65 years old, that their partner passes away, and that they continue to live in the site, and potentially that they may then have a further partner, and then they would have a family. And that's something that we do think needs to be covered. So if you're happy, madam, we think that you're right, that this needs to be tightened, and it's something we're going to reflect upon behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this is the useful thing about having this early
Yes.
hearing inquiry. I think it's just because it's called eligible occupier, isn't it? Because the eligible occupier, Mr. Moran was talking about this 85-year-old, but actually it could be a 30-year-old if they're the dependent of the
Deceased 85-year-old.
Yeah, exactly. And then then they become an eligible occupier because they're defined as an eligible occupier.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that just means, anyway, everyone understands what I'm talking about. So that's
and that's to be clear, consistent with the commercial intention of the likely operator of this particular scheme. Therefore, it's not something that we have any real difficulties with. So it's something we'll reflect on.
Thank you.
Can I explain?
Yes, by all means.
So I'm Paul Harries from Life Care Residences, the proposed operator.
The author of the letter, madam.
Yeah. Could you come somewhere where we can actually have a?
Shall I set that down completely? Thank you. So I think what we've got here is two different things. So in our terminology, we have eligible occupiers and permitted occupiers. Permitted occupiers are the dependents who can stay with an eligible occupier, but the eligible occupier has to be over 65. And therefore, if the eligible occupier dies, if they've got a partner who's over 65, that partner can stay. If the partner's below 65, they would have to leave. If it's a dependent who's a permitted occupier, they would have to leave at that point. So it's the eligible occupier that is the one who
understand.
continues.
Thank you very much, but it obviously doesn't actually say that.
No, that's exactly why we've been reflecting on it behind the scenes. And that's just a
Thank you.
draft.
Can we go now skip to page 11? Ms. Marjoram will tell me this is standard practice. I'm ready to be knocked down. You talk about the execution of the deed and some £400 of the council, but has the council actually negotiated this because it's a EU?
So, apologies if I sound like I'm giving a section 106 lesson. That's not my intention. So the council ordinarily, if it's a bilateral section 106 agreement, negotiates it with the applicant and is entitled to its legal fees for negotiating that deed. In this example, as you rightly recognise, it's a unilateral undertaking, but in order to assist smooth inquiry process, the norm is that we offer the council the opportunity to comment in full on the unilateral undertaking and approve its provisions. And that's what we've done in this example, so that we can jointly present you with a document which we are both happy with. And as a consequence of the council engaging in that exercise, they have sought the sum of £400 in respect of their legal costs for commenting on it and approving it. And that's what the appellant is content to record in the
So
document.
we're both, that's lovely. Okay, 6.5. What happens if Shropshire County Council decides that they want an assistant director for economy and place, or the housing and enabling manager, and they want to call them the director for places or some such other name? Would that impact on it?
Well, I can help with that. In reality, what would happen, it would be somebody at assistant director level who will be discharging the same roles as the director for economy, place, or housing and enabling manager, even if they weren't called that in those circumstances.
It'd be helpful.
And we can make sure that that's perhaps a defined term within the interpretation,
Or their successor?
or successor, or
some such.
equivalent.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that it might be covered at 2.6 actually.
Yeah, possibly.
But we could extend that to renaming of departments or
Yeah, or
functions,
just
if
add the
that-
words success to respective statutory functions within
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
section 6.
Again, you'll probably tell me I'm wrong, but as I'm not willing to learn.
Not as bluntly as that.
Following the performance of satisfaction, all obligations contained in this deed, the council shall forthwith effect the cancellation of all entries made in the register of local land charges in respect of this deed. Well, surely much of this is ongoing, New Year, isn't it? 6.6. You're talking just, is this just relating to a financial obligation rather than a,
Yeah, I accept your point actually, madam. There are aspects of it that are in perpetuity provisions. So I think it would be sensible to include a caveat. You know, you're actually in this example never going to hit that point,
No.
I suppose. This is the council standard template provision, so I think probably neither I nor the council have seen fit to delete that, but I don't expect there'd be a resistance to that
It's quite, frankly, it's quite fundamental, isn't it, to the.
Just a touch.
I mean, I suppose in reality it would just never have kicked in, would it?
No.
So it's obsolete in this document, I think, and on that basis, we might both be content to delete it.
And what's more, it appears to impose an obligation on the council to do something which you can't do in a UU, unless I'm reading it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay. So that's something to be considered. Okay. What is, I'm on 611 now. What is clause 154?
That looks like a cross-referencing error to me. I'll look into that, madam.
Change in ownership. Explain why the council will written notice of any change in ownership. If the landowner is always going to be the landowner, is going to always be the person who owns the land, so to speak.
This type of clause is often in a template document from the council because it assists them with their Section 106 monitoring function, their statutory function to sort of monitor delivery of the site and performance of the Section 106 obligation. Because if the land does change hands and somebody else is now primarily responsible for performance of this deed, then it's easier for the council if their records are up to date as to who they should approach in the first instance. It changes nothing in respect of the knowing fact that Section 106 is a charge on the land, and both the negative and the positive covenants run with the land, so they are binding on the successors in title, even if this notice isn't given. This change of ownership notice is just something that helps the council keep their records up to date.
So logically, even if the vendor hasn't sold the council, the purchaser would have to sell the title to council because they're the successor in title.
Right, let's move on to the second schedule then. Okay, cause of permit works on, I'm talking about clause 1. The landowner shall not cause of permit works on site to continue after 1 month commencement until it's paid the contributions to the council. So in terms of with your commencement of development definition, that's quite a long way down the line. I wonder what the council, does the council have any view on that?
The advice that I've been given is that the council is satisfied because these are largely council template clauses.
We've discovered that some of them are wrong, haven't we? So I'd be careful. You know,
yeah, I mean, we'll look at it again and reassure you. But
okay.
I think there may be some reassurance from the fact that contributions are defined on page 6 as being essentially those relating to transport infrastructure. So those are ones which will be relevant to occupations if we're in due course.
You can provide it if you would like to have it, madam, but the council solicitor has given specific written approval of this draft as well.
Okay, that's all. That's lovely, but at the end of the day, I want to be happy.
No, I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So the orchard on the blue. I'm going to talk about the orchard specification later. So we can just park that. But it just seems to be only for 5 years. Again, there's the issue about eligible provider, where that comes in. Those
approve the. um,
Adam, was there a point you wanted me to pick up about the orchard?
In a minute, because I've just wanted to go through the things that I've picked up as being obvious issues that I wanted to clarify. Now, it's a question of whether it's the tests. In terms of the orchard, you've got a orchard specification plan, which seems to suggest that all you have to do is plant some trees for 5 years. And then that's the end of it. Have I misrepresented? Have I got that wrong?
Sorry, just so that I'm clear, Madam, so we're looking at the second schedule paragraph.
No, we're actually looking at the orchard specification. There's a separate document, which of course is
Oh, I see.
an orchard specification.
The reason I say that is because paragraph 8 of the second schedule requires maintenance of the orchard on the Blue Land, and that's
In accordance with the orchard specification. And when you look at the orchard specification, it says you plant the trees for 5 years and maintain them.
I'm looking at the definition on page 9, which says the one that's submitted to the council for its approval.
Yes, exactly. But what I'm saying is if you look at that orchard specification, which rather annoyingly I had to hand.
Madam, I think I can help you here. Because the original unilateral undertaking was filed with the appeal and it contained a sample orchard specification proposed by the appellant. Much later, as the council engaged with reviewing the UU and approving it, it was the council's position that they didn't want to append that specific orchard specification anymore, and they changed the defined term to say orchard specification means the orchard specification to be submitted to the council for its approval. So it is no longer the intention to append that very specific orchard specification that you saw from appeal submission stage.
So the orchard specification at the moment is some nebulous thing that doesn't exist.
It remains to be, it's for submission and approval by the council. Yes, it's in their full control.
Okay. Thank you for that. And that because, as I said, the orchard specification was very sort of like landscape plan, but actually seemed to important to keep it going.
No, and I think that's a fair point, Madam, that the obligation now is maintenance of the orchard.
Yeah.
I think that there may be a point that the timing of when the orchard specification is submitted, perhaps we could weave into the definition. So obviously it needs to be approved before second schedule paragraph 8 is fulfilled, but timing of it may be sensible to weave into it so it's submitted at an earlier stage.
Please, because it seems that the appropriateness of the development, a lot of it hinges on a lot of the landscape.
Yes, agreed.
And if that landscaping could just be ripped up in 5 years, that's meaningless.
That's understood, Madam. It's a good point and it's one that we're alive to.
Okay. You've got the draft operational management plan. I assume that again is something that the council will agree with
In due course.
in due course. Obviously ensuring that it's consistent with what an eligible occupier is, but all those those all magically sort themselves out. Okay, let's look at the Reg 122 aspect. I'm reasonably obviously I have to ask whether they will meet the Reg 122 tests. But I'd like to ask the council, in terms of the affordable housing contribution, why wasn't affordable housing a reason for refusal initially?
You'll recall that at the time of the refusal, the council were working under the assumption that the scheme fell within use classes to C3. Well, exactly right. Well, exactly right. But I don't know, and I'm not getting any whispers in my ear to say, in that case, in those circumstances, surely it should have attracted affordable housing provisions under the policy. We might need to do a bit of digging on that. What we're clear about is that now that we accept that it is C2, and there's lots of previous appeal decisions to that effect, it's quite clear that the council's policy is, when read with its SPD, it's quite clear that C2 schemes are an exception to the requirements in CS11 for affordable housing. But your question is, well, why wasn't it initially? I'll have to do some further digging on that.
I mean, to be fair, the SPD says that C2 shouldn't be required to include affordable housing.
Yes.
And my question to you was that if you see it as being something that's necessary, one assumes it has to be necessary, you know, in terms of the test.
Yes.
You need it, otherwise the planning permission wouldn't be allowed. You wouldn't have granted planning permission. You haven't asked for it. And my question was why? And I know you want to go and do some digging.
Yes.
But on the whole, I'm quite happy for people to dig when it's a question of facts or, you know, go
well, that's what I think.
checking out. But I don't really think if I've asked a direct question to the planning witness as to why it wasn't done, I think there should be an answer.
Yes, and it may be when you come to ask that question on Thursday, it might be that nobody thought about it. I don't know, but the answer to your question at the moment, I'm taking as being a factual question. Why wasn't it done? But if it's not a factual question, if it's some other form of question, then at the moment I don't understand what you want us to go away and research.
I don't want you to go and research anything. I just asked a question.
Right.
Do you know why it wasn't? And the answer is you don't know why it wasn't.
We don't know.
And I can just take that on the
Yeah, we'll make sure we've got an answer that's fully referenced by Thursday. I'm starting to get an answer as to why it might have been done, whispered in my left ear, but we need to get the complete contemporaneous records of what was being said and where.
Okay, we're in a fortunate position that we're having two bites at this particular cherry. So.
If I can help, although not a reason for refusal, it was an issue which was flagged up by, I think, Mr. Corden at the time of the representations, at the time the council was treating this as an application for C3. The question which might be directed towards this side is, why wasn't the obligation offered at an earlier stage? Hindsight is a wonderful thing. Essentially, it was offered in the context of the parallel application, the way that Mr. Richards opened this morning, and my clients have chosen to stand by that offer. So in fairness to the authority, it's a point that was flagged up at the time that they were treating the application as C3. But you'll note, madam, from my opening submission, footnote number 2, which references the Seminole Derwent Holdings case.
I understand that you are arguing, saying that I can take it into account absolutely. And it's a material benefit, but I'm asking the council.
Oh, that's understood, and I'm not seeking to.
Why they hadn't before.
Right. Well, part of the answer for Thursday will include a reference to section 6.9.10 in the report to committee, where affordable housing is discussed. Page 48 of 51. And there is two paragraphs on affordable housing requirements, and you can see that it was flagged up. But you're quite right, the lack of it was not a reason for refusal. Yeah. But there isn't any specific. Yeah. We'll come back to that on.
But on the face of the issues.
On the face of the refusal notice, the decision notice, there is no mention of the words lack of affordable housing.
Exactly.
What there is reference in the reference to contrary to CS11, which is where the requirement for affordable housing originates. So, but that might be weasel lawyers' work. Yeah, and it wouldn't comply with the development management procedure order for it to be clear, precise, and specific.
Yeah. Well,
So
I can come to my own conclusions on that.
Yeah.
But okay, in terms of the other elements of the UU, obviously you're content because you put in your still compliance note that you consider it aligns with the tests. In terms of SUDs, how do you expect the SUDs to be managed? I know it's not in the UU, but I'm just wondering how you expect the SUDs to be managed long term.
we've got a condition.
The condition is just about drainage.
Yeah, the condition is just about drainage, I think. We think about that. I mean, it may need to be something that needs to be included in the.
Do you have a preference, madam?
I would prefer it to be in the UU, to be honest.
Do that then.
Sorry?
We'll do that then.
Well, I mean, it seems that if you're going to have something which is fundamental to making sure, particularly in terms of biodiversity, etc., ensuring that the SUDS works long term is important.
Yes, it could either be a scheme to be agreed and it's an omission from the conditions, or it could be included in the 106. If the preference is the 106, then we'll make sure that's done for Thursday morning.
I don't have any more questions. Anyone else? She's to
No, say thank you for that helpful run through. I think that really will shorten time when we discuss it again on Thursday.
Yeah.
And you flagged up some things which we can discuss with the planning witness or the policy witness when we have those sessions on when taking their turn at the table.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. As just want to reiterate, tomorrow, site visits taking place. I would like then to resume the inquiry here with the room having been swapped round, so I'm not in this bizarre situation where I'm sat on this side of the room. But I'd like it to start at 2:15 because I want to have enough time to be able to do the site visit properly. At which point we'll be coming back to discuss conditions. Okay.
So just to be clear, all the public gallery will be down this end and that we'll be down that end with you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Well, if you're happy, we will stay on this side of the room rather than swapping sides of the room. Yes.
Just move to the other end of the table.
Yeah.
Second one.
Okay, so it's.
We might need some muscle to do that. Sorry.
Oh, I can't.
Thank you. I was just thinking of this. We've got also. Yeah.
Right, yes, shall we do the muscle?
Yeah.
See, this one, move the room around the seat. Or should we do that after? Or is does it bring some European management? All we're doing is moving those chairs down that end. And the inspectors. You start by that end.
Would it help if the other side does it? But you have your hands off it.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, let's do it. Should we do a self-help job and then we know it's done?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah, you were being played by the. So they were done.